a month for an overnight permit, or $75 for a 24-hour permit. Here's a brief overview of what was issued in 2019. So once again, these are administered through our customer service department in multifamily landlords. On-street overnight parking does go into the general revenue fund. So there is some available capacity, but they're difficult to administer and access. So in total, roughly 2,300 monthly permits are issued on an annual basis for a revenue of roughly $113,000. In terms of other night permits, these go to parking utilities. Once again, administered the customer service department, although people do have the option to renew them online once they have their initial permission. So the first set of numbers here relates to the village lots that we administer: Village Hall, the North Municipal Lot, River Park, Menlo, Hubbard. Of those, we issue roughly 2,000 permits per year for $116,000 in revenue to the parking utility. And then we also have a bunch of private lots that we have agreements with, in which a portion of that revenue is shared with the private lot owner. So we issue roughly 1,400 of those permits on an annual basis, but only receive $70,000. Once again, that's because we share that revenue with the private lot. There is a waiting list for some lot, but there's capacity in others. And so it's largely based on geography that people, wish to utilize these options. It's less convenient for some residents because it's further away from their, their residential location, but that's what we have currently to offer. In terms of enforcement, these are citation figures related specifically to night parking violations. Those are enforced via 2 community service officers within the police department. They use a license plate recognition technology. The fine is initially $25, but there is an escalation if not paid in 10 days. So within this chart, you can see that 4,225 separate vehicles received citations in 2019 for overnight parking violations. 4,091 of those vehicles received less than 10 citations. So roughly 97% of citations were issued to vehicles with less than 10 citations. The total fine and fees is $351,000 total. But of those under 10, 258,000 of that, or roughly 73% of those fines, relate to those vehicles. And so at a staff level, the permit would be projected to have minimal impact on those citations, simply because it doesn't make much sense for those residents to purchase a permit if they're getting less than 10 citations a year. And if they would, they'd likely be spending more on the permit than they would on the citation. So in terms of fiscal impact, that's how we've identified those particular impacts. A brief snapshot here on equity. And so Milwaukee offers a permit cost for $55 annually, or $20 for a 4-month permit. In terms of residential makeup, Milwaukee is 58% renter occupied, 42% owner occupied. Here in Shorewood, we're also a renter majority, so we have 54% of our housing units as renter occupied units, as opposed to 45.7. We do offer the $50 a month permits, but they're limited to certain commercial corridors if you're in a multifamily property, or to one of our private or public on-street or off-street lots. Just for comparison's sake, Whitefish Bay, 18% renter occupied, so much less, 81% owner occupied. They offer a very limited $30 a month overnight permit. So with this study, balancing the needs of rental and owner-occupied housing was identified within the analysis. In terms of being competitive with surrounding municipalities, which was discussed at the last COW meeting, Wauwatosa does not allow on-street overnight parking without permission from the police department, and with that, it's very limited. And so they're on one end of the spectrum of not allowing it as well. Whereas West Dallas, another inner ring suburb, charges only $15 a month, $45 a quarter, or $125 annually. So just a brief snapshot of what equity may be interpreted in terms of on-street parking. So the analysis did have a handful of recommendations. The first one was to maintain the 20 temporary permissions. They didn't seek to expand or retract those. They thought it was working, so they're not recommending any change to that. They also suggest that we maintain our off-street overnight parking permits. Those do have benefits of getting people off the street, and so keeping that clear for DPW maintenance and other reasons. So they're saying to keep those overnight permits intact, but they are suggesting that the village should introduce a resident night parking permit. That would replace the current hardships and special permits, which I identified earlier are difficult to administer and hard to access. They suggested that the price of that on-street permit be higher than the off-street permit. They gave a suggestion of $60 a month. So with that, they would keep the off-street permit at $50 and open up a new on-street permit, or sorry, yeah, a new on-street permit for $60. They suggested limiting the two per household with a residency requirement with 2 forms of proof of residency. For reference, staff was and remains opposed to that. The administration of that is very difficult, and we're not sure that we see the benefit of it. So one of the questions that we'll be asking later on is whether or not the board would like that pursued if we go forward with this. In terms of the fiscal impacts, like I mentioned, we have Mark on the phone here who can answer more of the specifics. He prepared a separate packet of information as an attachment to my memo. But in general, the current baseline parking permit and citation metrics indicate that the village receives roughly $325,000 net after expenses are removed from the revenue. So we currently receive roughly $700,000 in revenue, but we have identified $366,000 of annual expenses. I do want to clarify that $0 of the on-street permit is kind of misleading because it's currently built into many things. So the customer service doesn't have a line item to administer that, but they do work on it. These are just things that are line itemed within the budget. So baseline, we're looking at $325,000. There were 5 options prepared. The first, which is recommended within the analysis, it would be a $50 on-street or $50 off-street permit, a $60 on-street permit. With that, we projected 0 impact to the off-street simply because moving to on-street would be more expensive. But we did project that we would see an increase in on-street demand, roughly 28% or 50 cars. And the impact of that is positive to $49,000, once again, based on the cost of that permit. I won't go through all of these. They were in your packet, like I mentioned, but option 2 is a $50 off-street, $50 on-street. So keeping them competitive, which we think would reduce the desire for the off-street lot, less of a positive revenue impact there. Option 3 would reduce the cost of both permits to $40 for an off-street permit and $50 for an on-street permit. That would reduce revenue by $13,000 roughly. Option 4 is to keep the $50 off-street permit as is based on the agreements that we have existing, but to offer a cheaper on-street permit for $40. We think that would be a well-utilized option that would actually increase revenue based on its availability. And then lastly, a $50 off-street, keeping the $50 off-street rate, but reducing the on-street to $20 to make it, really attractive to people. Once again, that would have a lot more people getting it, but based on the cost of the permit, we would actually be losing revenue on that option to $74,000. So that's the general picture of what we're looking at in terms of fiscal impacts. Later on, when Mark is unmuted, he's sure be happy to answer any questions you might have on the specifics of those. Citations we do project would decrease under all options between $17,000 and $32,000, just based on more people getting the permit, having less citations issued. Once again, that is a goal of the study, to have more compliance, so that's not seen as a bad thing. These are the 5 analyses, just if we need them later on to reference. So the overall picture here, the baseline metric, once again, $325,000 currently. But the net impacts of all 5 options, we either increase that as much as $40,000 or reduce it by as much as $107,000. So we can discuss the specifics of those if fiscal impacts is a large component of tonight's conversation. With respect to night parking, the DPW was able to perform a sign inventory since we last met. They identified approximately 1,500 parking signs within the village. Of that, only 112 of them relate to overnight parking. So as you can see, here's 2 options below. So there'd be minimal changes needed to those since those are generic. They currently just say overnight parking by permit only. That wouldn't need to change at all. So staff is suggesting that if the village wanted to implement a night parking permit, it would mostly be a software and communication issue, not as much in terms of signage or changing enforcement policies. It would just be a matter of updating how people get permits and how we enforce that. So in general, an on-street overnight parking permit would provide greater access to available parking, be easier to communicate and comprehend, provide a standard option with less administration, and increase compliance and lessen enforcement. Those are staff's opinions of what we just presented. They would comply with all 4 stated goals of the study. So once again, we think night parking is something that the village board could accomplish by itself if it wanted to. Also, as we've discussed, the COVID-19 conditions provided a preview of existing on-street parking demand, and we did not receive any complaints in terms of the number of vehicles on the street. That being said, possibly students weren't here in the numbers they're supposed to be, and there's probably other factors of working at home and how that handled it. But in general, no major complaints were received. DPW did have an impact of their general services of an hour per route per week, I believe. Fiscal impacts, once again, not intended to be positive or neutral, but rather to balance the supply and demand to meet target occupancy. So with that, the decisions or actions that we're looking for greater direction on tonight would be, should the village offer an on-street overnight parking permit? If so, should proof of residency be required? Should we limit the number per household? What price should we be charging for either on-street or off-street permits? And if all that were to go into effect, what implementation date would we be looking at? So those are the major questions that I have going into this. I'm sure that you have more. As follow-up, what additional information might be needed? We'd be happy to look into additional pricing models or public input before the next consideration if it was so desired. So I personally would like to stop my presentation here with night parking. I do have some slides related to alternate and winter parking, but like I mentioned earlier in the presentation, I'd like to defer those till either later in tonight's conversation or until the fall once this conversation has kind of wrapped up. So with that, Becky, if you're in control of the microphone, I'd be happy to take any questions. Like I said, I think Mark is on the phone for fiscal impacts, but I guess thank you very much.
Thank you, Bart. We're going to follow the format and just go around the table, asking each trustee if they have any questions for Bart and or Mark for fiscal impacts. And we'll start off with trustee Amenta.
Oh, gosh, I have to go first. Thank you both, Bart and Mark. This is the information we needed, and it was presented in a way for us to understand, so I appreciate that. There are streets, when you did the map, and we're talking about alternate side parking, and there seemed to be a lot of streets on the east side that would only allow, like if people were buying on-street permits, there's only one side of the street that people can really park on. So how are we going to handle if we have a street and we really only have 10 spots to sell and there's 20 people who want to buy a spot?
Yeah, so that question kind of came up during the analysis itself, and the consultants just indicated that it'd be a first come kind of basis. So if there's only 10 spaces on that block and we sell 20 permits, people will ultimately have to park a block over and walk to their place. So people will not be guaranteed a spot in front of their house or on their block. I don't have an estimated number of exact demand on those blocks, and so at this point it's kind of a guess. But in general, the consultants responded with that you would not be guaranteed a spot on your block. It was administratively burdensome to get down to that level of identifying the number on the block and the number of permits. So they thought it would be more of a market situation, market demand situation, where you purchase it but might have to park a block or two away. At the price of this permit, I personally am not convinced there's going to be a huge demand for it. So at $60 a month, I don't know that we're going to see a lot of competition for those. We do have still the 20 free ones, I realize, and things like that. But long-winded answer to say.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. The other question I had was the commercial lots that we administer and get the $70,000 in revenue for. The report says that takes a lot of staff time to manage them. I mean, couldn't we offer to those people to have to buy an on-street permit instead of, and just not do those anymore? I mean, and we'd be getting this. I mean, if we stayed at $50, which I'm not saying we should stay at $50 because I think we should be reducing the cost of parking. But if we were to stay, then we wouldn't have any revenue loss, and then we wouldn't have the clerk work of dealing with them. We wouldn't have DPW having to plow them. We wouldn't have the police having to administer them. So that's one thing I wanted to look at. And the only other thing I would say, well, I have two other major questions, and one is where if we, like, for example, if we just say, okay, we're not going to deal with parking in commercial lots anymore, like we'll deal with public lots, publicly owned lots, if you want to buy a space there, and if not, you can pay to park on the street. And those are the only two parking programs we have. So I think if we were to do that, we have to, what I didn't see here was any discussion about how would that affect our the costs in our police department. Like, would we be able to reduce because we're simplifying and reducing the amount of administrative work, police work, and DPW work. So are there any expenditure reductions that we could make that would offset any revenue reductions? So that's the one thing I didn't see here. I also noticed that 2/3 of our citation revenue comes from overnight people who are parking overnight without a permit, but I believe we have a CSO, one on during the day and one on at night. So we have a CSO all day, but only getting 1/3 of citation revenue. So maybe this is a question for Chief Nimmer. I mean, if we were to change the parking system considerably, is there a way to reduce those hours? And also for Leanne, I mean, and maybe I don't necessarily need them to answer right now, but I think if we simplify and change, we may be able to reduce expenditures to offset some of the revenue. And then the other main question I had, and I know you didn't want to get into alternate side of street parking, but I think we do, that was the question it raised for me, is how, if we have so many more people parking on the street, then how are we going to do snow removal? And we would have to, if we do alternate side, I mean, I don't understand in Milwaukee where they just say it's a snow emergency, get your car off the street. Like, where do people, take their cars? I don't understand. But the other question is then, if we do alternate side of the street parking, I guess the plows would have to go twice. They'd have to go, and on the other day go and, yeah, I just don't exactly understand how that would work. And I don't understand now because, I mean, now you can still park in the winter on one side of the street. So I don't know, Leanne, do plows go twice now? And how would the plowing change if we had alternate side of the street parking? That's my question.
Sure. It depends. When we're plowing, yes, we will typically plow in tandem. So the first plow will cut through the center line, and the second plow, which follows behind, will do the gutter cut. Obviously, if there's parked cars, that doesn't work. Then you would do a single cut through, depending on the width of the road. They may either go right down the middle, or they will take two. They will go either north and then come south, or east and then come west.
But so do they have to go back later where the cars were parked and do that part of the road?
Yeah, typically we spend more hours in we call it park car cleanup. We'll spend more hours doing that than we will actually plowing, significantly more hours.
Because alternate side of the street parking, that would be it's not just at night, right? It would be the entire day you have to be on one side of the street. So that would give you an opportunity to do that. So it sounds like you're already having to go a couple times. So if it was alternate side of street parking, it wouldn't necessarily increase the plowing all that much.
No, in fact, alternate side parking would actually decrease the amount of hours that we have to put into winter operations.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's all I have. I don't want to hog up the time.
Thank you, Trustee Menta. Trustee Carpenter? Can you hear me?
I'm trying to unmute her now.
Oh, okay. We can move on to the next one.
Okay, wait, no, can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, again.
I was unmuting and then I think, Rebecca, you were remuting me.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That's okay. I just had one question in regards to, Bart, you said that staff was and is against the residency requirement. Can you kind of talk a little bit more about why staff is against that? And because I sort of feel like that should be something that is an option only for residents. And so, you know, I know I'm just thinking, you know, at the school district level, that's something that is required, that we have to, you know, obviously prove residency for, you know, attending the district. But, you know, I just am curious. I understand it could be difficult, but yeah, I just am wondering why you are against it.
Yeah, and Tim Kenny is on the advisory group, so he kind of shared that perspective from the school district standpoint of how administratively difficult it is on their end of things. But obviously, I think from their perspective, there's a lot greater need for it. The first thing I would offer is I'm not sure what demand we would have from other people wanting to purchase a permit. For example, if you live in Milwaukee, the price of the permit is much cheaper than it would be here in Shorewood. So even if you were close there and it was a potential, you know, incentive to have another option, it's much more expensive, at least as currently offered. If the price goes down, then it does become more important. We also currently don't require proof of residency to park in our lots. I don't believe that we think that people are trying to park in them. The only lot that we require that for is River Park C, once again, which is on the border of Shorewood. It's an off-street lot, so I think some residents of Milwaukee would want off-street parking. They've attempted there, so that's the only place that we do it. Just in terms of the study recommended 2 forms of identification. That's more than we require for voting, quite honestly. And so to ask customer service staff to be doing that for, you know, monthly permits, I think would be administratively burdensome. It would add and not simplify. It wouldn't allow employees. So say if there was a household that had a daycare worker or, you know, some sort of nurse kind of thing, they wouldn't be allowed to purchase a permit for their vehicle because they couldn't show proof of residency. Same thing with employees that might either be working late or coming in early. So I think there's enough reason why other people might legitimately want to purchase it, that we would allow them to purchase it. And there's also enough reason that people wouldn't want to purchase it that wouldn't make sense for us to add the administrative burden. So that's just staff's perspective. Like I said, Tim Kenny of the school district did indicate it's a large requirement of theirs. I think there's more, you know, desire to get into the school district than there is to purchase a parking permit here. But I guess that's my perspective of why we think it's not necessarily required. Once again, something we could always revisit once we start. We could probably learn more about this as we go, but starting on the front end of it just didn't make sense to us.
Thank you. Sorry, there's conversation in my house, so I was trying to mute myself while Bart was talking. Thank you. You know, I mean, and maybe it's something that we come back to if, you know, if it becomes an issue. I just was sort of curious what that thought was. And then I just did have sort of a follow-up question regarding snow removal and the alternate sides. I know that is the reason that you're going back multiple times is to get to that bare pave. This is more of a Leanne question, sorry, Bart. To get to that, the bare pavement. And so if it's alternate sides, you would be able to get to that easier. Is that sort of the thought process, Leanne?
Not bare pavement necessarily. but just to be able to clear snow, you know, I'm sure everybody's seen if there's a parked car, how the plow swings around. We cannot get that close to parked vehicles. We have to keep a significant distance away from them. So there's just a lot of residual snow that needs to be removed. If we don't, people tend to drive over it, then it becomes an ice pack, and then it's very difficult to get off.
Okay.
So it's not bare pavement. That's not the immediate objective. It's just to remove the snow itself.
Okay. And then because this is in the cow tonight, we're just discussing, and then then the suggestions will move to a full board for a vote. Is that correct?
Yeah, so my preference would be to get guidance on these particular questions. I can say the advisory group, in terms of bullet point number 4, desired implementation date, they wanted sooner rather than later. In fact, they wanted as soon as possible. They felt as though this was something that we could accomplish that would create greater equity amongst renter and other households in the village. So their direction to me was that they would recommend the board, move forward this as soon as you could. I'll also share Trustee Warren, as the chair of that commission, did suggest that perhaps during COVID situation, it might not be the number one thing to prioritize or move forward, but he wasn't opposed to continuing the conversation. And so discussion of implementation, should the board direct staff tonight to move forward, we could bring it back as soon as August 3rd for implementation, potentially either the start of the 4th quarter this year, which would be October, or the start of the 1st quarter next year in January. And so as we continue conversation, I think that's something that we're looking to hear from the board in terms of how much of a priority you'd like us to make this.
Because I can definitely understand the focus, or that there's so much for us as a board that we're focusing on. My concern is that COVID could be another 9 to 12 months, and so I think one of the things that we have started to figure out is how do we do some things that are really important during, throughout coronavirus time. And, this is something that we've spent a lot of money and a lot of time on, and I would hate for us to wait, another 9 to 12 months potentially to implement any of this. So.
Another quick follow-up on that. I did speak with Sarah and Diane before tonight's presentation of if they had a preference, just because they're largely in charge of the communication and the permitting of this. It sounds like October might not be ideal for them in terms of elections this year, but that January would actually be more of a preference if those were the two options that we're discussing. Their most ideal for a new quarter would be July of next year, but to your point, that is quite far away at this point. So just for reference sake, if October were desired, keep in mind that we do have 2 big elections that they're working around. January seemed on their agenda to be more doable.
Okay. All right, I think those are all of my questions. Thank you.
President Rosick, I think you're still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Thank you. We're going to move on to Trustee Ursink, and if we can try to keep everybody's comments and questions to about 10 minutes max, we can make it on time. Trustee Ursink.
Thank you. Appreciate all this hard work. This is great. A lot of my questions have kind of been answered, but I can throw a couple out there. So if we're looking at through these scenarios, we're looking at, let's say, scenario 4, which I would be gravitating towards as far as off-street parking versus on-street parking. And we see the net impact, $40,000 in revenue. That money is going into what, the general fund? Does that money go to general fund, or where does that money go to?
I don't know is Mark unmuted. Would he like to take that, or I can try to explain it as best as I can?
Sure, I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yep.
The 40,000 is a net number. The first number minus 19,500. That impact, that little PU in the top of the header there, that's parking utility.
Okay.
So the parking utility would be down approximately 20,000 a year under that scenario, and those assumptions, you know, less proving out what the actual impacts are. But the $88,000 increase in general revenues is offset by 28,500 in decrease in general revenue citation. Really will put it about $60,000 additional funding into the general fund and take 20,000 out of the parking utility. So I hope that answers your question.
Definitely. And then, you know, how does that impact our parking utility, taking those funds away?
Well, you know, at the time being, there's sufficient fund balance in the parking utility to give a 2-3 year test run here to see how, you know, the situation stabilizes within the community, and as we start implementing this. I think at some point in time, you know, we'll reassess the level of support that's needed from the police department in parking lots should actual parking levels decline. We'll reassess, you know, our relationship with some of our contracted lots, you know, so there's, you know, again, I think a 2 or 3 year process to kind of reset it. But I think the parking utility has sufficient reserves to go through that without really too much pain, and give staff and the board an opportunity to, you know, see the real impact after a year and 2 years of implementation, and then we can look at more longer term strategies as may be needed at that time.
I apologize for this question, but can you just summarize what parking utility is and what that involves? And you don't, you know, need to get too in depth, but just a general sort of synopsis of parking utility.
Sure. The parking utility is a separate fund that is supposed to be self-sustaining, which deals. They acquired a couple of lots across the community. It's off-street, essentially private public parking. You know, they also have a number of contractual agreements with private business, or that were entered into through some redevelopment programs that gives us the right to sell permits off the street. So that's just kind of the perspective is that's like a business unit, whereas the general fund, you know, the streets are paid for by, you know, the normal capital projects. So the revenues makes a little more sense for those revenues to be in the general fund as well. So that's kind of the distinction in my mind, there's obviously a few more nuances to that, but that's kind of to summarize.
Great, thank you. And Bart, so if somebody gets a parking, if they get one of these parking permits, on-street parking permits, let's say they live on Morris Boulevard and they get a permit for Morris, but we're at capacity. Are we saying, okay, you can park on Morris, and if that's full, then you can park on, you know, Olive, or you can park on?
Yep,
you know,
it's throughout the whole village. So you'd get a parking permit to park in the village, whether that's on Morris or on Lake or on Olive. It's transferable to any village street.
Yeah. Okay, so you're not defining exactly where they can park, but you would say, we've already got 10 on your block. We've already sold 10 on your block, so you have to go somewhere else. Is that okay? No.
No, we wouldn't keep track of where. I mean, we would keep track of where they are, but not in terms of a capacity issue. I was in response to Trustee Amenta's question before.
Yeah.
In terms of, we might sell 10 back to back to back, but that doesn't mean you're going to park there. So we would not be keeping track of who's purchasing where by quantities. That's kind of what we do for the bumper permits currently. And like I said, it's administratively difficult and hard to keep track of. So this would remove that kind of complication from a staff level by just saying, we're going to offer permits and you can park on a village street. That that's at least a good starting point for where we're at. If we do find these pinch points, moving forward, I guess we could discuss that, but I don't think it makes sense to identify zones by any means.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay, and I could, the other thing I was thinking of, and then I'm done, is let's say, somebody down the street buys a permit and basically just parks in front of their like neighbor's house or 2 houses down, and that neighbor starts to get upset because there's a car just parked in front of his house every single day. Do you anticipate, public sort of feedback like that, where residents are upset that cars are just kind of parking in front of their house and leaving their cars there?
I mean, there is a requirement to move your vehicle once a day, so it can't stay there endlessly. Obviously, I can't control what people do or don't like. I'm sure there are people who think it's their space and want that curb for them only. But that's why this program recommends it being broad and not allowing that to be legitimized, for lack of a better word. So I'm sure we'll get that complaint, but I don't think it makes sense from an administrative standpoint to work around that.
That makes sense. That's all I got. Thank you so much, Bart. Appreciate it.
Yep.
And Mark.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Ursink. We'll go ahead and move on to Trustee Bockhorst.
Great.
You're muted. Oh,
I can't hear.
still muted.
Okay, how about now?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. So great presentation. And Bart, I know you said you wanted us to address those questions in order to move forward. I imagine we can do that after we ask these. I'm sorry, there's a little bit of feedback. I don't know if it's the president's not muted or Bart, but yeah, or Jessica. Okay, so one of the things that you mentioned early on or later on, Bart, was that part of this was to create greater equity amongst renters and homeowners in the village, as far as looking at the whole, parking program and what we have in Shorewood. And I really appreciate that. And I'd like us to kind of consider that as we work through these options, and do consider that we are, what was it, 54% renter in Shorewood. And, whereas Milwaukee is 58%. And that, that we do want to, allow all residents, whether you're a homeowner or renter, to have the ability to park near-ish to your house. So I do have a question then, I guess, going with that is, why even overnight restrictions at all? I can understand having restrictions regarding alternate side streets for, snow removal or for sweeping, but is there a justification for having a on-street parking restriction in absence of that, or in addition to that?
Oh, wait. Okay. I forget if I added that to this memo. I think that I did. That's actually a question the advisory group also came up with when they met last Thursday. They were curious the origin or the history of what the $50 fee was intended for, why cities in general charge for parking. I will say at a base level, there is administrative costs of whether it's the software or the communication. So the concept of charging.
Oh, I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't clear in my question. Why even have the alternate, or why even have parking restrictions on the street overnight? What does that get us as a municipality?
Oh, so
and
not,
I understand doing alternate side, stuff like that for snow removal and for street sweeping, etc. But what's the justification to even have this? Because not all cities do this. A lot of cities you can park overnight on the street.
yeah, I apologize. I don't know the history of it. A lot of it in my mind has been in my history has been told as it had been a land use discussion that people desired to have, streets free of parking, whether that was for maintenance or perceived safety issues. And so I don't know the exact history of why Shorewood has overnight parking.
Okay.
I don't know
Sorry.
if someone else has a better history on that. Just
Oh, I'm not necessarily looking, well, I guess history can only inform the present if it is still relevant to the present. So I guess I'm confused why, so I hear you. So it sounds like we have this historical, this tradition or a vestige perhaps, but I was just wondering if that was that also was examined during this, like, is that even needed? Again, because you don't fill your budgetary gaps with punitive measures by parking fines and other things. And I've heard a lot of, and maybe I'm wrong, that there is a lot of staff time, whether it's for the administration of all lots, whether they're public or private. We also have an outside vendor, Duncan, that we have to pay an administrative fee to in order for them to, process the overnight permits, the 20 that we have currently. So anyway, so that's fine if you don't have an answer right now, but I think it's something that we all should consider and keep in the back of our minds, especially as we're talking about equity on so many levels and have been. And this is like, do we need to have it? Do we need to have these overnight parking restrictions? Again, we need some, of course, for safety, street sweeping and beautification. But okay, so the second question I had was staff time. I like that Trustee Amenta said, the private versus the public lots. I guess it would just be nice to get a better understanding of what the exact staff time is to administer those public and private lots, parking permits. And then I'm sorry, I have 5 questions here and I only have 10 minutes, so I want to try to get through them. So, and then I guess that may go into number 3, but not really. I just was curious, how many cars on the street do we have on average per night? I'm not sure if that really matters unless it helps inform a decision of why we would or would not want cars on the street. So, and that would, the cars on the street would be a combination of, people with hardship permits versus people who called in or people who are parked illegally. So I'll stop there for a second if you want to answer any of those or not.
we can provide a general estimate of what we think could be on the street based on the temporary overnight permissions and the existing hardship and special permits that are out there, and then, an average citation night. And so that's something that we could, once again, estimate based on season that may change, plus or minus a few things, but I don't have that answer in front of me, but that is something that I could provide in an updated material of our best guess of what that is.
Okay. Okay, good. And then another, oh, sorry.
I was, in terms of staff time to administer, I'm not sure if Sarah or if Diane's in the call, if they have an estimate of, if that's 1 hour per month per permit or what it is. I don't have that, but I can follow up with them if they're not on the phone or don't have that answer either.
Okay, thank you.
I do not have the answer to that. I do not have the answer to that, but I can follow up with Diane.
Thank you. And then going along with, creating greater equity amongst the renters and homeowners in Shorewood, I was wondering if there would be if there's a possibility of giving, and I understand administratively this might be hard, but to give those who are renting or in apartments or only, who don't have driveways and everything, a better opportunity as far as the lottery is concerned, or the first come, first serve. Because I can't understand why a program like this, if we are going to allow a limited amount of on-street parking, why we wouldn't want to ensure that those that most need it. And what I mean by that, as far as, an apartment, is that you often, if you have an assigned spot, you might get only one lot or one spot, okay? And I know that's not the case for all apartments. And I understand this would be difficult to administer. But that would be something I would like to at least see, especially if we roll this out in a smaller phase. And then also the cost at 60, I agree with Trustee Ursink that I would want to go lower than that, much lower than that, for sure. And again, if this were more of a, a need-based model versus those who can afford to buy an on-street parking space. And then the other thing is that this is a question for our current parking program as far as lot assignment is concerned. So if someone, I guess I didn't really understand that part, Bart. If I needed off-street parking space in a lot and the nearest lot were full, would I be assigned the next nearest lot, or how would that assignment process go?
I don't believe it's an assignment process. I believe that you would choose your next option. So we would communicate if you want to park in Village Hall and Village Hall is full, we would say these other lots are around there, you know, you choose to apply for that, is my understanding, or you can go on the waiting list for the one that you prefer. Sarah, if I'm wrong on that, feel free to weigh in, but that's my understanding, is that you choose the lot. We don't keep, it's not like prioritized or ranked.
That's correct.
Do you have the option of getting a hardship in lieu of walking 4 or 6, you know, do you have to, are you required to choose a lot if there are lots available?
I don't believe you are given a hardship based on that. But once again, I could confirm with Sarah and Diane. I think Diane's the expert on that one particularly, but I don't believe that's the case. Or maybe Sarah does know.
I believe you're right, Bart. I don't believe, if you qualify for a lot, I don't think you can get a hardship. You would have to choose a lot.
Okay, so if we did not institute this until January 1st or July of next year, or even October, I guess one of the things we could do as a board is change our policy regarding lot assignments, because this is one of the problems I have with our overnight parking program, is that hardship. So to make anyone walk 2 or more blocks away to park any time of the year, winter, regardless, you know, to me is pretty restrictive. And I don't know a lot of people who even walk a couple of blocks on a regular given day, let alone, you know, to go get their car. What I mean by that is I want to see better equity in allowing, you know, people of all different parking abilities, let's just say, within our village, you know, not have to be unduly constrained or restricted based on their proximity to any parking lot, because where they live does not have the adequate parking, you know, in place. So I really am happy that we are looking at the on-street parking option. And then I guess my last question that I have is late fees versus on-time payments. I know, thank you for breaking out all of the parking ticket revenue, I guess, that we capture. And I was just wondering if we had that broken down by how many people pay on time.
We could definitely get that. So this slide here shows that the total with late fees, so the other ones were paid on time. So we could get a percentage paid on time. I don't have that in front of me. I don't know if the chief knows that offhand. I'm gonna guess not, but we can definitely include that information.
Okay. And well, I guess I'm just curious, and I see it's 10 days. I thought it was only 5 days before, as far as your ticket. I think it doubles from $25 to $50, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Which is, you know, for many, not an issue, but for many, it also is a considerable, you know, cost issue to double from 25 to 50. And then I guess this lastly is more of a point of perturbance, I'll just call it. One of the things about the current method of going online if you are going to park on the street overnight, whether it's in the business district, whether it's at someone else's house, whether it's someone who's at your place, you are required, I can't remember, this used to get me all the time, to enter in all of your information, and not the most user-friendly interface, by, I believe it was 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. And to me, this is kind of, how should I put this? People don't always remember, but I understand you have to have rules and a cutoff. And B, I think from a policy-making standpoint, it's a little irresponsible on our side, because there are people who are out. We have businesses that are open well beyond that, who probably should not be driving. But if they do not enter in their information online before 1 a.m., they either have to suffer the penalties of, you know, receiving a $25 ticket, or driving their car when they may may otherwise not really be in the right mind to do so. So I don't know if we're going to have more time to discuss these things. I just wanted to get those out there. I do appreciate you answering my questions. Just really quickly regarding your questions, Bart, unless we're going to be going around one more time, I would say that I don't think that the residency required, can completely understand that. Yes, I do think we should do this, limit the number. I think we should go the other direction. I don't, like I said, I've lived in places that don't have these kind of onerous restrictions that we have. Let's make it as easy as for staff and for our community and our visitors. But let's also, be mindful of the needs of the DPW and the police. And I would love to see it implemented as soon as possible. And I think $60 is really high, especially since Whitefish Bay is $30 a month. Milwaukee, $55 annually, and West Dallas, $50 a month. So if we are going to go with a fee, I would go on the lower side versus higher, and I would be consistent with at the minimum with Whitefish Bay, but I'd be willing to go down to the in between that and West Dallas and go around 20. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Backhorst. We have 3 trustees left and less than 30 minutes, so let's try to keep it under 8 minutes each. Trustee Warren, is he here or is he excused still?
Trustee Warren is excused tonight.
Okay, for the whole meeting. Okay, thank you. So Trustee Stokebrand?
I unmuted. Did it work? Woohoo! Okay. Thank you to Bart and Mark for putting together the comprehensive package of information. It was really helpful. I had a question about the two per household. I know there was a question about, residency would take a lot of staff time. I can see that 2 overnight parking permits per household would be a good idea. Does staff feel like they could handle that wrinkle?
So that was debated at the advisory group as well. So the concept being limiting it so that, renter households can't get 4 or 5 or whatnot. Administratively, I feel like there's a lot of ways to get around that if we don't require proof of residency. So we initially talked about the system only allowing, say, 2 to be issued per address. But if we're not requiring proof of residency, someone could just choose someone else's address and throw it in there, and we're not going to double check that. So unfortunately, I think there'd be easy ways to work around that. It's a good goal. I don't know software wise how we could do that without requiring proof of residency. If someone has better ideas, or if the software company has better ideas, I'd be happy to hear it. But my understanding is the current system would just ask you to check a box saying, yes, I agree, this is my address. In this case, if your address was quote unquote full of your 2, someone could then just check a box with their neighbor's address, and then we're gonna administratively have to go back and forth to try to find out who does live where or what. So I think it's a good idea. I don't currently have a concept of how we could accomplish that. So if there's ideas, or if we talk to Duncan and they have ideas, I'd be happy to bring that back. But
so it could be part of the shakedown cruise to figure out how we'd make it work.
Correct.
Okay. I also wondered, in option scenario 1, I just want to confirm that was a $31,000. I thought in one of the slides, scenario 1 was 41 in the black, or 40. Let's see.
I'm sorry, going too fast probably.
Yeah, no, not that one. This one. Okay, so number 1, option 1, is that the same thing as scenario 1 in the packet?
Yes.
So why do I get a net annual impact of 49, whereas on scenario 1 analysis, I get 31,000? Am I looking at different numbers? 31,330?
I don't believe this has the citations removed from it. So there'd be loss of citation revenue. So if you subtract the 17, I think that's the answer to that.
Okay, so scenario 1 is 31 to the good.
Correct. Yep. So in this slide here, you can see the $49,000 impact. Then you subtract the 17, so that net impact is 31.
Okay. I wonder, I understand that maybe we should get out of this, the parking Trustee Amenta talked about. I would say for someone coming to the village, it's nice to have a central location with, you know, public lots, off-street, private lots. I can see that that makes it more user-friendly. I do think it's important to incentivize public transit. That's one thing in favor of the $60, the fee. I am concerned about snow removal and the refuse. I mean, I think there was some concern about, with the COVID we saw, there was some difficulty with the refuse collection. And so, you know, I wonder between, if we did alternate side at the same time as we did overnight parking, if that would make sense. I guess I would ask Leanne, like alternate side winter parking, would we just keep the winter parking we've got? And if we did the overnight and the alternate side, would that make it pretty doable for the DPW? If she's there, or maybe not.
I can clarify one thing on alternate side parking that I think was in the packet, but like I said, I didn't want to get too into the weeds on this one. We actually do already have alternate side parking.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
We're just not enforcing it because the residents have voiced an opinion that it's confusing and it has not come up as a huge issue. So we have not chosen to enforce what's currently on the book. So in terms of winter alternate side parking, if it was a current problem, we could start enforcing it. To my understanding, it hasn't been a problem. So the only issue with this would be that we would likely be adding more cars to the streets. Once we see what the actual impact is, then we could maybe discuss it or know better how that would shake out. But yeah, we actually do have it on the books. It just hasn't been enforced. So that's kind of the confusion there.
Okay, I guess I would. So the consultant recommended $60 a month for off-street. Did the technical advisory group come up with a recommendation?
They did not provide a number, but there was unanimous consent that it should be lower than higher. I asked them after the meeting if they were willing to give a number, and no one really wanted to play that. They thought that was a board decision. But their recommendation was, in terms of equity, they would prefer that the number be lower than recommended.
I guess my feeling would be I'd rather, because there are so many, you know, Mark did a wonderful job here of putting out various options and things that could happen with all the different scenarios. I would love to be able to lower the price, to start with something higher and then be able to lower it, because there are so many unknowns here. It'd be much more beneficial for the village, I think, to be able to say, this has turned out differently than we thought. After 6 months or a year, we're ready to lower the prices. It would be really hard to go the other direction. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Stokebrand. Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Just want to make sure I'm off mute. Am I muted?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. I have 6 questions, and I want to thank Bart and the staff and Mark for the financial analysis. This has been long coming, and I'm really impressed with the alternatives that you provided. And Bart, I think you've come to every conclusion that I've come to over the last 5 years dealing with the on-street parking and trying to get that restriction removed or allow permits. So my first question is for, I guess, Bart or Sarah and Diane when she gets back. If you look on page, our on-street parking currently has limited number of spaces. And the reason that I was told over the last 4 years by Diane of why we limit the number of spaces on street that we would permit is because we don't want to fill them up in the business district for nighttime, for business parking. So currently, I think it's about 50%. So we only permit 50% of the available on-street spaces along Capitol and Oakland. So I'm concerned with, believe me, I want on-street parking permits for at nighttime. My only concern is, do we have enough spots? The analysis doesn't tell us how many spots how many permits we actually would issue maximum, because I have a feeling that they're all going to be taken. So are we going to leave open, are we going to permit 70% of the spaces? Are we going to permit 80% of the spaces? What was being recommended either by the consultant or the staff? Or do we permit all of them and then sign some in the business district that, have to be left open for customers? I don't know what that answer is, but was that considered?
It was it was discussed, and the consultant recommended not limiting it per zone or per, maximum capacity. It was their impression that this was a market decision, and I guess to clarify, the permit only covers 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. Before that, unless it's marked as 2-hour parking, there is no regulation. So cars technically could fill up those corridors until 3 a.m. And then they would just need to have the permit, but they did not recommend having a maximum occupancy level.
Can you hear me now? Okay, I understand why. My only and I wouldn't want that either, because that's getting into exactly what we're trying to get away from, which is administrative nightmare of street by street, permitting street by street. So I understand that. My concern is if you don't, we have so many multifamily units and we permit barely any right now. And so, for instance, on Capitol Drive, we have 7 spaces that we permit out a month. So if we open it up and just say to any multifamily user, do we have enough spots? I never thought we did in the 4 years that I was looking at it, but maybe I was missing something. If we opened it up to everybody in a multifamily home, which I would love to do we have enough spots?
The consultants said that we did have enough spots. Once again, it's a matter of you parking 2 or 3 blocks away and walking.
But okay, so my only concern, just so you can hear me, is that is true, except they will fill up on Oakland and Capitol, and those are business districts. So if you have a concern about, that's where the apartment buildings are mostly. And so without some sort of signage or, yeah, you might have to walk a block or 2, but the first ones that are going to be filled up, you're going to hear it from the business community. Okay, so that's number 1. Number 2, I don't understand, if we get $700,000 in revenue from overnight parking permits plus citations, and the citations make up 3/4 of that, or somewhere around there, how are we only going to lose $17,000 to $32,000 in citations?
And Mark, but the logic with that is the number of vehicles that get 10 or less permits is the majority of those citations. So there really is no benefit to them purchasing a permit at $60 a month if they can get away with $10, $25 tickets. So, and if they would purchase it, once again, that number then goes a lot higher to offset any of that loss. So,
sorry, unless they don't pay it on time, then they get, so I think I'm one of those 10 and I would buy a permit. I understand the logic, but I have severe reservations that the number would be accurate, because you're going to lose a lot from me alone. So,
I mean, and to that point, these are all projections. They're based on a model that we came up with.
Yep, and I appreciate that. I just wanted to state my reservations. Okay, the other one is with the pricing. The major point is anyone that can park on the street in front of their house would leave a lot, in my opinion. Like, so if it's on-street parking for 30 and the lot is 75, we're going to lose, to Trustee Amenta's point, most of the private lots are going to empty out because they're not 24-hour lots. And so where there's no point in having the parking utility do those, because who would want to have to get in after 8 and out before 7 a.m. when they can park on the street for cheaper? So that makes a lot of sense of what she said, but unless you're going to keep it similar to that 24-hour lot price, you're going to be, I would assume some of those parkers are going to come out of the 24-hour lot because it's cheaper to be on the street. So anyways, I don't know. So 75 versus 20, is a big difference. And so if we're going to lower the on-street parking permit, we may want to consider lowering the 24-hour lot, because I think it's beneficial to keep people in a lot if they can stay there, if they're willing to stay there. So that's that one. And then the 20 guest parking, when the interim manager was here, one of the options that I didn't hear discussed tonight was you have 20 guest parking spots, or free ones, and then you can purchase one at a time after that, rather than having a monthly parking permit. So it's the same exact system, except you just go online and you can purchase 10 at a time. You can purchase 5 at a time. So you just purchase your nights. And that took me aback for a minute, but it made sense when you start thinking about employees, people that are coming home from college that would want, 60 days worth, but not, whatever. But anyways, so that's the other option that could be instead of a monthly permit. Because I just don't know how the 20 guests and then the monthly permit work together. And that was what that option eliminated. It was just an easy method of purchasing by the day in chunks, or so I didn't see that on the table. And then for residency requirement, 100% agree that there should not be a residency requirement. And the only reason I say that is the employees are people that we hear a lot from, and it's like the bakers. And I remember Chris, when he was here, he would say, that's the headache, was people coming in to bake the bread was right at the time when, the employees come in and they couldn't find employee parking, because that was exactly the time that we were giving tickets. So I just don't see anyone doesn't have a purpose to be here overnight for an extended period of time purchasing a permit. So the administrative work that it reduces is in my opinion, way beneficial. So I think it's beneficial to keep the price, as Trustee Stokebrand said, at 50 or 60 to start, because you can always go down, as we saw with that overnight guest pass, the fiasco of, charging what we pay after the fact. So I think it's better to start where we're at. And then I also am concerned with two things, which is if you go too low, right by UWM, you're going to have people in Milwaukee parking in Shorewood, potentially with a low price. And also the lots are going to empty out. So somehow it has to be competitive. Maybe the lots go down as well. And I think that's all I have. My biggest concerns are, I think the citation loss is going to be more than we're predicting. 700,000 in revenue, and 3/4 of that being citations for overnight parking is enormous. So I have a feeling, 4% or whatever that is pretty low for a loss. I agree with Trustee Amenta with cutting back, not adding parking checker. So if we are downsizing on lots, which I think is going to naturally occur because it's cheaper to park on the street, then we might not need parking checkers all day and all night. So I definitely wouldn't add any staff. No residency requirement. And the other biggest concern besides money is the spots filling up in the business district right away and at night, because I know it's between 3 and 5, but people park at 8 or 7 when they get home from work and they stay. And so that's just going to kill, because they can park there and not have to move it, more likely those spots are going to fill up the fastest. Thank you so much. With that, I don't know, it's 7:08, so we do have 22 more minutes. Trustee Amenta has her hand raised.
Oh, hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
You brought up the business district and possibly not being sufficient space. You know, the area that worries me is the southeast side near UWM, because you have a lot of multifamily and duplexes there, and you have a lot of streets that only have parking on one side. And I just really think if we are not limiting then if we have alternate side of the street parking, right? So there's no alternate side of the street for all those people to go to. They're going to have to go several blocks where there's somewhere they might park when their side of the street has to get plowed. I just think there's going to be some real capacity issues down there. And if we don't track by household and limit the number, if we just leave it open, so you have 4 UWM students staying in a 2-bedroom duplex or something, and so we're giving out 4. I mean, I just think that we could conceivably have a big problem in those areas of the village that have a lot of multifamily housing and not as much parking. And yeah, so I think, I mean, in my opinion, I don't think all of us who have kids in the school, it's pretty, we're all used to it now. You show up with your property tax bill or your lease and your PG&E bill. I mean, it's not that complicated to do, but I mean, I think we definitely have to limit the number per household, or we're going to have no room in certain parts of the village. Thanks, that was all I have.
Mark or Bart, so I know we have, that brings up a great point. On UWM, we have the daytime parking program, which is going to stay in place, which works very well. What does Milwaukee do? Because they would have the same issue. Do they just do exactly what's being recommended, which is not limit by household around UWM, or do they have a special program in that boundary?
I would have to confirm if UWM has a specific limitation, but I don't think in general they do. But I can follow up on that. I don't know the answer.
President Rozek, Trustee Backhorst has her hand raised.
Okay, Trustee Backhorst.
Unmute. Okay, we there?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you. So yeah, no, this is a great discussion. We do only have, your time was off before, we have 9 minutes before the full board meeting, but I guess I just wanted to reiterate a couple of things that, again, am I incorrect in hearing you before, Bart, that the part of this examination, one of the things we want to achieve is the greater equity within the village as far as parking is concerned?
Yeah, that was the direction of the advisory group, correct?
Okay, so, and I'm hearing a lot of concerns and a lot of great issues and things being brought up right now. And I guess I would like to talk to these. So one, as far as, again, going with equity, I'm not sure why charging such a higher price for this versus, giving people a reasonable shot who probably would need more of a reasonable shot. Again, I don't know how many of us who, live in our single family homes that have a big driveway and a garage actually need this. And, but a lot of people do. So I would want to make sure that we're not being cost prohibitive towards those who actually could benefit the most from opening up our parking policy. Another point I'd like to, and I disagree that it's easier to decrease in a price. It's much easier, you say, okay, we have high demand or whatever the case may be, or whatever, we can raise the rates next year. So I don't think that you need to start high for some reason to go down, because we all know what's going to happen. If we were to start high next year, it's going to be, oh, we're going to have this budget gap. Oh, are we going to reduce the rate or the amount that we charge for on-street parking to even increase that gap? No, I can't see this board doing that. And then the other thing is, the concerns about parking and congestion in certain areas. Well, I mean, what's the alternative? Right now, they can't park there, right? So yeah, we can worry all the live long day about, the South End in particular becoming a high demand. But if that's the case and people have to park elsewhere, then they're going to have to do that. I mean, part of the understanding is if we open up the streets more, that there will be more people parking on the streets. I do agree, parking in the business district, you don't want to, encourage and increase that. And I know that with our Department of Public Works and with Bart and others in this municipality, that we can work around those hiccups and, make sure that that does not become, detrimental to the business community. So but again, I just want to remind everyone that we do have a very diverse village, and that parking, it would be great if more people, if people had fewer cars. I also want to just shout out to people who do have roommates and do share a dwelling. I don't have a problem with there being 4 people in a 2-bedroom apartment living, cohabitating, and also having their own cars. Like I know plenty of us here who have 2 or more people in the house that we each have our own car, our kids have a car, etc. So I don't want to be socioeconomically or even just ageist or whatever. I think that we have to understand that people have different living arrangements, and that it's not incumbent upon us to judge whether or not they should have X amount of people there. I think that's a discussion for a different forum. But also to go back to the residency requirement thing, it's not all that easy, and staff is not asking for it. But if it were a situation with that area that this board wanted to go into, I'm sure there are ways to do it. But I would think that that would be something, again, if you would say, hey, we're having a problem here, we're going to have to look for ways to limit the amount of people that are parking on the street, then that would be. And then finally, I would say, again, getting rid of all of the, if we're not going to open up parking to everyone for free, then maybe we say we open it up to everyone for $20 a night. I heard that we have the capacity to have people park on the street in this village. And then we go from there. And then we say, and then, again, making people walk several blocks to these lots it's not the easiest thing. I don't know how many of you have to do that. I mean, why don't you try parking your car 2 blocks away, board members, every night for the next month, and just, or in the winter time, and see how easy it is. And I guarantee you'll have a bigger open mind about, what the needs of parking are for most people in this village. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bockhorst. Well, we are out of time, as you say. I have 2 clocks going and one's wrong, so it's 7:25. Rebecca, do you guys have enough information from us? Do you want to come back and discuss further in August? What is your thinking?
Before we continue, Trustee Stokebrand had her hand up.
Oh, I apologize. Trustee Stokebrand?
Did I unmute?
Yes.
Okay. We didn't really go into the implementation date here, so I would like to see this overnight parking and alternate side start in October, but because of COVID and the elections and everything our staff has been through, I'd be willing to push it off to January in deference to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Stokebrand. So, Rebecca, is there anybody else with their hand up? And if not, can you let us know what you want to do next steps?
So I don't see anyone else with their hand up, but my question is for Bart. Wanted to get your feedback in terms of proceeding in terms of the next meeting, whether we take it for an action item on the regular board agenda.
I mean, I'd be willing to take it for an action item with recommendations based on what we heard, but I think we all heard several prices all over the board. So at that point, we would need to have clarification on what the fee schedule would need to say. But in terms of preparing an ordinance and answering questions, I'm happy to keep it moving for an August 3rd consideration. Particularly if we're looking for an October or January implementation date, we don't have much time as budget and other things start eating up agendas. I would suggest that I would bring it back in August for potential action, but that would then have very specific questions on the fee schedule impacts.
I agree with you, Bart. I think we need direction in August in order to prepare the budget accordingly, but then also to get specific and provide, like, to run down the list of the policy considerations so that we get that direction from the board. I do think that there was a variety of comments relative to the questions that Bart posed, but we're going to need to get some finalization of where the majority of the board is on a vote for some of those items in order to move forward.
Because in summary, I feel like I heard there is a desire for the permit. So the question to answer one is, I think a consensus, yes. Proof of residency, I have some further digging to do in terms of how that could be done or whether it should be done. That would then be a board decision based on that revised information. Same thing with the household. And then the charging would be the primary question that I think we'll need to hone in on. But if we can do that in August, we then could consider implementation either October or January. The clerks indicated January would probably work better for them. So I think that would be my expectation, but I think I have enough to bring back for consideration on August 3rd with the discussion of the fee being the primary thing that needs to be understood yet.
Okay. I just want to echo Bart's comments with respect to the implementation date. I do not believe that October is feasible. And I would be recommending against anything earlier than January 1st for two reasons: feasibility in terms of staff time, but more importantly, our communication with the public. While I recognize that a lot of times we take action on different items and we believe that they're important and that the community's listening, we're really going to need to reach out in several different ways to communicate on this particular item. And that communication would start directly following any type of actions from the board. So I just wanted to kind of offer that for some perspective as we lean into the last 6 months of this year. President Rosick, I know that you have your hand up as well as Trustee Amenta, and just a kind reminder that it is 7:30.
Thanks. Just if when you come back with it sounds like the price is going to be the sticky point with the board that we'll need to give you direction on. Could you run the numbers, just a quick, just to give us, we're going to have if we lower the price to $20, say, like those certain price points, just run the numbers and let us know how much revenue, although you don't want to say that, we do charge at the moment. So if we do lower the price and we lose lots or whatever, how much revenue we would lose, just so we know heading into budget season, we'll have some idea if it has an impact or not. That was the only thing, my only suggestion to help us make that decision next time. Trustee Amenta, and then we'll wrap it up and we'll take a 5-minute break before our board meeting. Trustee Amenta.
Are you gonna, yeah, I am concerned that we're gonna get into problems in the two areas we talked about, which is the business district and the southeast area near UWM. And I just think we need to consider, we need to look at like available, I just think we need to look in more detail because, you know, if we're gonna do this, we want it to be successful. And if we like immediately run into complaints and lack of capacity and problems, I think we need to try to anticipate areas that we might have issues with and try to deal with them with the rollout rather than getting into it and then having to fix it.
Thank you. Okay, well, we're running out of time, so we will, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Good luck to staff. We look forward to seeing you back with this item, and we will take, it is, let's see, what time is it? Does anybody want to make a motion to adjourn before we take an 8-minute break?
I see that Trustee Backhorst just raised her hand, and I'll take that as a signal of motion to adjourn. Is there a second? And I see a second from trustee Ursink.
Okay, so we have a motion to adjourn and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Or give me the thumbs up sign.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll reconvene in 8 minutes.
Okay, Sarah, I have 7:39. We have 1, 2, 3. We're just missing Trustee Backhorst. Oh, there she is, and President Rozek. 1, 2. I think Trustee Amenta is the only one that we are waiting for.
I think we're good.
Okay, wonderful. We're ready, President Rozek.
Okay. Good evening. I'd like to call this village board meeting to order. It is July 6, 2020 at 7:40 p.m. Just for everybody in the audience to know, this is a teleconference meeting. There is a standard procedure that was outlined by the village manager and clerk on our agenda. The discussion format will be to open the agenda item for consideration, open an item for discussion for each village board member to talk once, ask any questions of staff. After everyone's spoken, we'll see if there's a motion. If there's not, we'll go around one more time. If there's any remaining questions to be asked at that time, and then we'll ask, is there a will to call the question and to make a motion if needed. All votes will be done by roll call, and public discussion may or may not be heard after each agenda item. There is also a standing agenda item called citizens to be heard for items that any resident can speak on. And Sarah, I believe you had asked the public to send you an email if they wanted to speak tonight.
Correct. I do have 2 citizens right now that will be speaking for sure, but anybody else can raise their hand.
Okay, thanks so much. So has this meeting been publicly noticed?
The meeting has been posted and noticed according to law.
Okay, all trustees are present except Trustee Warren, who is excused.
Correct.
Great, so we'll start off by doing agenda item 4A, special order of business. Consider resolution 2020-20, adopting the public participation plan for the update of the comprehensive plan, Village of Shorewood, Wisconsin.
Yes.
Okay, and this will be kicked off by Bart?
Correct.
Okay. Bart? Is he here?
Yes, okay. So I had to change hosting permissions, et cetera, so I'm unmuted now. I also have Jackie Mitch from Vandewall, if I can unmute her. Otherwise, Becky, if you could, or if Sarah, I don't know who has the permission to unmute Jackie. I'd actually like her to present the brief overview. So within the packet, I have a memo outlining our comprehensive planning history and efforts for 2020. State statutes require that we adopt a public participation plan via resolution. So within your packet, there's a project timeline and a public participation plan that outlines specific efforts for how we propose to do that. So if Jackie, if you're unmuted now, if you could just give a brief overview, and after that, we'd be happy to take any questions or suggestions prior to consideration.
Great. Bart, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Jackie Mish. I'm an associate planner with Vandewall and Associates, and we are leading the Village's comprehensive plan update. As Bart mentioned, per state statutes, the Village is required to adopt a public participation plan outlining the opportunities for public input throughout the planning process. And so as Bart mentioned, this plan is included in your packet. Due to the COVID-19 outbreak, we are expecting all public input to be done virtually and through digital means by and large. But we are maintaining quite a bit of public input opportunities throughout the process. State statutes actually only require the Village to hold a public hearing and have a few other pretty minimal public outreach steps. And so the Village is going well above and beyond what the minimum requirements are per the state. So the public participation plan that you see in your packets includes a virtual public open house. We have that scheduled for Tuesday, July 21st. This is a meeting that's oriented to the general public. The public outreach plan also includes 4 stakeholder meetings. These are designed to collect public input on key issues from people who have specialized knowledge on certain topics. So as it says in the memo in the packet, the topics include civic and cultural issues, economic development, and neighborhood and housing issues for the most part. Public participation plan also includes several public plan commission meetings to review drafts of the plan. We've also are developing a project website that'll have key information and materials posted and regularly updated. We'll also do regular outreach via the village manager's memo and through Facebook. Toward the end of the process, we'll have a public engagement meeting to review the draft plan and collect final public input on the material that we've developed. Following a 30-day review period, which is required by the state, then the village board will actually hold a public hearing at which they will consider an ordinance to adopt the plan. As Bart mentioned, the item on the agenda this evening is to approve the public participation plan by resolution. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I'll go ahead and go around the table just to note that the Plan Commission did hear the item. Is that correct, Bart? And did recommend it to the village board for approval. So I'll go around the table. Trustee Bockhorst.
Thank you. So I appreciate the plan. I am glad that the Planning Commission vetted it. And also just in the spirit of public participation plan, I just had this question earlier, but we didn't have the opportunity to ask. And this is actually more for President Rosick, sorry, and our village clerk, Sarah. I heard that you want to go around the room and then have all the trustees mention, say something and then see if there's a motion and then see if there is a will to call the question. And I guess as part of the public participation plan for the board meeting, we probably don't want to ask someone to call the question and before we offer opportunity for public input. So that's kind of an aside, sorry to use this time at this point, but no, I'm very appreciative of this plan. I'm ready to vote on it and I appreciate everyone's time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Menta?
Yeah, I already spoke to Bart about this. I'm not in favor of stakeholder interviews. This village has used them quite a bit, and I think we end up going to the same people. And rather than perspectives, I think we end up with people representing interests. And in the past, they have not been interests that have included the entire village. They've been interests, for example, real estate interests or development interests. So I feel pretty strongly that we should be sending out a postcard notifying everybody that this is going on and asking for interest, and then maybe randomly or I think we need to solicit interest, I guess is what I'm saying, rather than us and people on different committees and commissions saying, oh, I know this person who probably has an opinion and would do this. Because I just don't, I think we end up getting answers that we hear from people we've already heard from, and we have an obligation with the plan, just like we did with parking, just like we did with Wilson Drive, to sort of broaden the ask and try to get more voices participating in important decisions of village government. So I would like to see a postcard sent out, a general solicitation of interest, and pick some focus groups, stakeholder groups, whatever you want to call it, from that.
Okay, Trustee Carpenter?
So I did sort of have a procedural question. So I know that we're going around and asking each trustee to have an opportunity to, are we having each trustee speak? And then there's the opportunity to make a motion? Or if there are trustees that are ready to make a motion before, I just wasn't, I saw what Sarah Clark had sent out, but I wasn't sure.
Sure, you as a trustee, you can make a motion at any time. I would like to give everyone a chance to speak. So if you want to make a motion, you can make it, and I'll go ahead and continue going around the table before we take the vote.
I'd like to move to approve resolution 2020-20A, or sorry, 2020-20, a resolution adopting the public participation plan for the update of the comprehensive plan for the village of Shorewood, Wisconsin.
Okay, we have a motion by Trustee Carpenter, a second by Trustee Bockhorst. I will just quickly go around and see if there's any other questions from trustees before we take the vote. Trustee Ursink?
No questions.
Trustee Stokebrand?
I would just like to comment to David's point about, or Trustee Amenta's point about stakeholder interviews. When I suggested someone to him, he specifically mentioned that we're going to look for someone who is representing a group and not an individual. So my feeling was that he was going to see to it that we would not be, we'd look more towards people representing a group think instead of an individual interest. And I respect Trustee Amenta's point, but I think I'm going to trust Bart on this one.
Thank you, Trustee Stokebrand. Did everyone have a chance to speak besides myself? At the Plan Commission, just to clarify what Trustee Stokebrand is saying, we had a discussion about focus groups and stakeholder interviews. And in this type of comprehensive plan, typically in municipalities, they will solicit input from people that represent more than themselves. So not an individual, but the bid director, or representing the business community, or the Realtors Association director representing the Realtors Association, the realtors. And so it's a big comprehensive effort, and so with very minimal time and dollars. And so that's one way to ensure that larger groups get heard, like larger amount of people get heard. And so that's what the Plan Commission and what Trustee Stokebrand is mentioning, is that it would consist of people representing more than themselves. Okay, if I don't see any other hands, or Rebecca doesn't tell me there's any other hands, we have a motion and a second and a roll call.
If you could all unmute yourself.
Can we do that? Okay.
Okay.
Citizens to be heard.
If there's any, I don't show any hands raised at this time.
Oh. Oh, my hand's muted.
So I'm assuming that there's no citizens to be heard.
You mean comments from the public? Okay. All right. So Rebecca or Sarah, would you like to call the roll call?
Yep. Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
I heard her signaling aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Amenta.
No.
President Rosick.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-1.
Okay, motion passes 5-1. We will go ahead and move on to the next agenda item, which is...
Hold on. Becca's got her hand up.
President Rosick, my apologies. Yes. I forgot to make this request prior to the first item starting, but to allow Director Ann Christensen from the Health Department to participate in item 11D, I'm wondering if we could move that to number 3 under special item of consideration. Or special order of business, my apologies.
Under item 4, is that what you're saying?
Correct. So
So for moving.
4C.
Okay, sure. With no objections from the board, does anybody object to doing that? Okay, hearing none, we'll move that. So we will continue on then with 4B and then move to 4C next. 4B is consider service agreement for equity, diversity, and inclusion initiative. Who's taking this, Rebecca?
I'd be happy to, unless Tyler would also like to speak. I see him on the call. So Tyler, just let me know. Included within your packet, oh, there you are. Let me unmute you. Included within the packet this evening is a service agreement with Sam Coleman, consistent with what we've been asked in previous occasions. I'm not going to go and review the memo with you because it's reflected in the packet, but we're here to address any questions if the board has any. And at this time, I'm just going to search through to see if Sam is on the call.
I don't see him.
Oh, I don't see him either. So we'll entertain any questions from the board. If not, please proceed.
Okay, we're just, let's start off with Trustee Carpenter.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. I just, it's kind of a more of a logistical question, but going through in the contract and the service agreement, it doesn't specifically say, I mean, it talks about the duration of the contract, but it doesn't really get into any specifics of the program and the duration of the program and sort of how we're going to implement that. And so, you know, I think that's probably more of a question for Sam. It sounds like he's not on the call, but, you know, I just wanted to know, as I participated in the school district's program, you know, it was a pretty significant time commitment, which is fine. I'm just trying to understand what we're anticipating that to look like.
So the 12-month period of this contract would be broken down into 3 phases. At the culmination, at the end of these 12 months, we would then have a forecast of how we would move forward with any type of implementation or framework following the 12-month period. If you're asking specifically how long the monthly meetings would be, is that your specific question?
Well, no, it was more that, like, so there would be it would be a monthly class that we would be having with staff and with board officials. Is that
correct? 1 to 2 times a month.
Okay. And something similar in length for each of those classes, similar to
correct.
Okay.
And right now, Sam is evaluating, as we all are aware, the school district and how we're going to re-enter into this next school year is still up in the air. So we wanted to allow them to get a handle on their time. And then we were going to work collaboratively with him to specify dates so that everyone had an ability to plan accordingly for their schedule.
Okay. Okay. Great. That was my only question. Thank you.
I see here that Trustee Amenta has a question. I'm going to unmute you now.
Yeah, I had a question on phase 2, the audit, to identify inequities in proportional representation within village departments, boards, committees, and commissions, and then to look at the root cause for that lack of proportional representation. I mean, if you look at, I mean, what proportion are we looking at? Because in Shorewood, we are like 88, 89% white and only 3% African American. So I think if the audit, I mean, I think there's a much bigger issue about housing, you know, the difference in our demographic makeup and the demographic makeup of the city of Milwaukee, which is a few blocks away from us. there's a vast difference. So, I'm not sure, asking the question of, why we don't have 3% African Americans on all our committees and commissions. I mean, I think there's a much bigger question, which, the NPS board is asking of, like, we have regionally, we're one of the most segregated areas, and we're right in the midst of that, in Shorewood being right on the border. So it just seems like this is a very specific, to be asking about why we don't have 3% African American representation is a very specific question, and there's a much larger and broader types of questions that need to be considered. So that's my question.
Well, I think to start, one of the EDI committee is looking internal at the village as an organization, and which would include committees, but also be a reflection on the staff and how we're also hiring and employing and recruiting. So I think that there would also be an additional lens outside of just the population makeup or composite of Shorewood itself. Without him here to address that more specifically with regards to the audit, I don't have further information to provide. Tyler, if you have anything, you're welcome to weigh in.
I don't think so. I think the EDI is going to work pretty closely with Sam on the development, as well as, the analysis of that. So I think we'll be able to give it a better answer once we get into phase 2. I think as Becky, you brought up with volunteer committees and recruitment as an example, I think it'll look at how our communication reaches out to the village for all those residents and other factors involved. But just know that, and this is getting into Jessica's question too, a lot of it will be developed in this first year with Sam through the EDI committee. So it'll be a group collaboration.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want the expectation to be that if we have proportional representation in our staff and on committees and commissions, that suddenly, the whole problem of residential and educational segregation is solved. You know what I mean? I mean, that's one aspect of it, but kind of a little aspect of it. So that was my, as long as the audit, as the whatever is going to be audited is defined a little more broadly. And also, a lot of these issues are in the mission of the HRC to review policies and procedures for equity implications. So I do hope that, I know that 2 members of the HRC will be included in this committee, but I do hope that the HRC is integrated and kept aware of what's going on.
Absolutely.
So I'll make a motion to approve, where's the motion? I'll make the motion, whatever it is. I'll move to approve the service agreement for equity, diversity, inclusion committee leadership with Sam Coleman.
Trustee Ursink has his hand raised.
Yep, thank you. I just have a question before we go into the motion. Is this, assuming since we'll be in a core, hello?
Hold on,
Yep.
I do need a second if there's a motion on the floor before we can discuss further. I apologize.
I see Trustee Bachhorst identifying that she will second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, since I guess we'll all be in a quorum for these meetings, will this be open to the public? For residents to watch if we're doing it via Zoom, will this be something that people can participate in as well, or not participate, but view or watch?
Oh, you're referring to the EDI committee?
Yeah.
We would not be posting it as a public meeting.
Okay.
The majority of the EDI will be village departments. And then we'll have, a few representatives with the board and the HRC. So it'd be more of an internal committee that would be developing the group and then doing a final presentation with the village board. And at that time, that would be open for the public in order for them to hear what the developed program would be and what the next phases are.
So Tyler, not a quorum is what you're saying.
Correct.
Correct. And I think that, you know, when we had discussions with Sam about this early on, it's also, you know, a process. This is a first step that we're taking on this issue. And internally, and, you know, there was a desire on behalf of the whole group to foster an environment where of inclusion and to kind of get that off on a right foot. So I think that it was purposeful by design from that aspect of it. I see that Trustee Stokebrand has her hand raised.
Trustee Stokebrand?
Okay, did I successfully unmute?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I just, 3 quick questions. I know we're already 15 minutes behind, so I'll try to keep it short. So I count 17 people that will be on this committee, 2 trustees. My question here is, Rebecca, I know you and Tyler both did the YWCA session last fall, and I know, you know, how much time you've got on other things. I just wonder, I am guessing that you are familiar with the vocabulary and many of the terms. I wonder if we should give those 2 spots to maybe 2 more trustees or to people from the bid. Just something to throw out there. I'm assuming also that the information that is developed will then be usable by other groups so that we can, you know, run this course again with the materials. He's not here, so it's not fair to ask you to speak for him, but my understanding was we'd have a set of information, guidelines, readings that could then be, we could recycle this program and put more people in the village through it. Is that accurate?
I'd actually be happy to respond to both of those inquiries. Number one, we spent a considerable amount of time with Sam going through what the specific makeup of the EDI committee would be. And in that discussion, it was very important to him that all senior members of our leadership team were included within this composite. So that when we start this journey, we are going on it together and that everyone has a very clear understanding behind the reasoning of how we come up with whatever framework we work with in the future. From his perspective, I believe that it's also important because the top leadership within our organization will also be responsible for executing and then taking that information and working with it throughout the scopes of all of the departments.
Okay, I understand.
Okay, and I apologize, Kathy, your second question?
I also wanted to know, well, is this something that then we can, to use a phrase, recycle and
Yes.
do, okay, so
Yes,
like
in fact,
for all the police staff and all the firefighters and all the people in the city village hall. And
so I
maybe
think
we could offer it to people in committees. We have an extensive committee system.
So one of the things that I think is important to acknowledge as we start the process is that there's going to be some education of the members involved. But then the forethought is that we provide a framework for how we move forward that we can continue to utilize in the future. So every session or every meeting that we have together may not come out in some way, shape, or form, but we have expressed to Sam that staff will change over the course of time, but membership on the board as well as our volunteer committees change. And so it's important to us that we put together aspects of training that can be used on an annual basis for existing members, but also for those who are being new and onboarded within the scope of the systems of which we work. So that is something that we're cognizant of, because if we're going to spend the time, take the time to do this, we want to make sure that we're providing opportunities and in many venues as we can to the most of the people that we can.
Okay, and then finally about the funding. So this is for $10,000. I believe, did we have 6,500 for this year or for next year?
So we had budgeted 6,500 in 2020. The contract with Sam is actually for a total amount of 9,000. There's an additional 1,000 built in if needed within the scope of that, where if there were different types of materials or books or training composites that we needed, the village would actually go and purchase those and then use them for this EDI committee. So we are also, and have discussed with Sam, the fact that YWCA came out with their summer program. They expect to come out with some online and potentially in person in the fall. So we're going to be watching those schedules to see if some of that can and be incorporated within the scope of some training.
Okay, and I know in the past there was some mention about possibly the Shorewood Foundation asking for a grant from them. Are we looking at that possibility?
We're not exploring that at this present time because we want to develop the framework and see where we need to go. That is something that we would definitely continue to explore once we kind of have more of an identification of what that framework looks like and what our specific needs are.
Okay, and so this is a 12-month contract. When
Correct.
you would anticipate it starting in September or?
Correct. We wanted to wait to allow Sam the time to see what the decisions were going to be made on behalf of the school district, to assess what his time and availability would be with however they decide to reopen. And then when that occurs, he is also going to be reviewing his schedule to see when EDI committees could meet and collaborating with us on that schedule.
Okay, I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Stokbrand. Does Trustee Ursing, did you already go? Yes.
I see Trustee Carpenter.
Trustee Carpenter, go ahead.
Yeah, and I appreciate everything that you have done with Sam to get this off the ground, but I just, I do wonder if there is additional value of having the entire board have the opportunity to participate, which is kind of why I was asking that question initially. You know, I had just some hesitation and some concern as to which two trustees would be selected, why those two trustees would be selected, and why we would not want to have the entire village board go through this, this training as well.
Well, let me start out by saying that one of the things that we had asked when Tyler and I both attended the Unlearning Racism class at the YWCA, we actually provided them with an outline of the concept of this and asked for their feedback. Because one of the things that we recognize is that, and to Sam's point before, we're trying to provide a level of trust as we start out in the process, so that group being specific was important. We asked for feedback from the group in terms of how trustees or members of the HRC would be identified and moved forward. And it was the suggestion of the group and the instructors at that time that it be, that trustees be selected who will be moving the group and implementing concepts moving forward. So we want to be looking at trustees or HRC members who are not going to be at the conclusion of their term, but have an opportunity to continue forward with initiatives outside of the scope of the 12-month period. Because what we do know about the business that we're in is that people change, but we want to provide for some level of consistency of moving a project from year to year. So ensuring some of that consistency would be important. I will also comment on this.
Yeah.
And then Tyler, I think you had looked like you had wanted to state something. This is a first step in this process. And I think one of the things, particularly when we look internal within the scope of our organization, is that I think it would be fairly intimidating to a number of the people as we start out to throw this concept directly in the scope of public meetings and not allow the opportunity for allowing it to continue with the design and the framework as it's set up. Nothing that we're doing is not transparent. If there is a role or training which I would anticipate, and it would be an expectation of mine that comes out of this, is how we move forward with board members, no different than the department staff and others, in terms of how to provide ongoing training annually for trustees and equally as important to new trustees coming in. So that, from my perspective, will need to be an outcome of the framework. But I'm also cognizant that we're also starting internally and trying to develop a trust base within our core leadership team on the inside. And so those would be my comments on it. And I see President Rozek. I'm trying to unmute you. There you are.
Thank you. I understand Trustee Carpenter's concern, and I thank you for your response. It seems to me, take myself out of the president role and just put anyone in it, that the village president and the HRC rep, if you had to pick two trustees, board members, I don't know why you'd pick two members that have are in their first year of their term over who should be, if it's a program and you're taking it and then passing along to the rest of the board members, my assumption would be that it would be the board president and maybe the HRC representative or liaison at the time. And if not, then I would suggest nobody from the board. It just seems odd that two new term members would be selected. It's just based on the year of their term. And for all the reasons you mentioned, Rebecca, which is, if you want to keep it out of the pub, if you want it to be more, structured and then go into the public as the program grows, then maybe no board member is involved. But if you're trying to pass it along to new trustees, because every year we have an election, then whoever the president is, that's probably something they should be involved in. And other than that, I would think it's all or nothing, all or none. I don't see why two is the right number.
If I could just provide a response for two items on there. Number one, it wouldn't necessarily need to be new trustees. And please know that the recommendations and the feedback we received after taking the concept to the YWCA class and their instructors was merely that. They were recommendations. So ultimately the village board decides how two trustees are selected. And that's, and we're happy to hear your thoughts on that tonight, if tonight's the night that you would like to do that. If not, we can do it at a future point in time. But I do, as your village manager, I do feel that having two trustees, at least one, to be included within this group is important. Because the work is important, and I feel when we come to meetings, it's really valuable to have a member of this village board team hearing and working with us as we are at this critical point of developing the next steps. That concludes my comments. I want to let you know that Trustee Backhorst has her hand raised.
Okay, Trustee Backhorst.
Thank you. So can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I am ready to vote, but I do agree that I understand if we have a limited amount of participants that we can have, that, let's be real, there are 3 trustees up for re-election this year. So, and who knows if any of you will run again or be re-elected. And we have two new members who are, one of our new members, Trustee Stokerbrand, has been placed on the Planning Commission. She's been placed on the Community Development Authority, Public Safety Chair. So just the fact that she has 3 of the most responsible and powerful roles within this municipality would lead me to believe that she definitely should be one of the people receiving this training. And then, Trustee Ursink being the other person who is the newest, I have no problem. Again, he's the Community Business Relations board representative and other things. So I have no problem with him. And then the other 2 people that you can guarantee will be on the board next year unless we resign are Trustee Warren and myself. Beyond that, it would be great if all 7 of us could receive the training. But if we are going to have to limit it and we are looking at budgets and finances, I agree. But I also do agree, given that President Rozak, even though you only have, 3/4 of a year or less left on your term as president, that the fact that you do have and have increased your ability to have unilateral decision making in a variety of fronts, and given all the things that have been going on in the community, yes, I would definitely elect for you to have this training as well. So it is difficult to differentiate if we only get to choose a certain number. But I would say that if that is the case, that we have to look at all the variables possible, or we have to look at rewriting some of the ways that we do things, such as selecting people for committees, commissions, and appointments beyond that. So, but I do think it is necessary to ensure that the staff does receive the training, because first and foremost, they're the paid experts here when we are making decisions. I know a variety of us have or do currently work in one form of local government or the other, but or have training and stuff like that. But these are this is the crux of our municipality, the folks that we have hired and that we entrust in establishing, the policy and are pretty much the masterminds behind things. So that's all I have to say. But I really would like to vote on this or hear from the public, but I'm elated that we are moving forward. And I do want to say we need to increase our budget, you guys, because I know some of you have cut money from this budget and I'm not holding back on this. Let's fully fund it so we can make sure everyone can participate that needs to participate. So thank you.
President Rozak, we have Assistant Manager Tyler Burkhart, and we also have Trustee Stokebrand, who would like to provide some comment.
Trustee Stokebrand and then Tyler.
I just wanted to say that I'm ready to vote because it's 8:20.
Did you want to call the question? Trustee Stokebrand, are you calling the question? Making a motion to call the question?
I think she's just looking to unmute. There we go.
No, I would love to hear what Tyler wants to say. Thank you.
Okay, Tyler?
I just need to say one reminder to folks too, just to make sure that before you vote, that you know exactly what you're voting on. The first 12 months for the service agreement that Sam's working on with the EDI committee is the development of a continuous program for the village. So I heard comments that a lot of you want to make sure that the entire board gets the training. We will get to that point. But for the first 12 months here, it's about the development of the program. So we need to make sure that we have 2 board members that can be starting in September of 2020 through August of 2021 that are, that can go through that 12-month duration to help with the development of the program. The reason why we're talking about training with the EDI committee is we can't just put a group of 2 of you and 2 of the HRC members and our department heads in a room and expect them to be able to develop an EDI program with Sam Coleman. They need some training and some background in order to help develop that program with Sam. So that's why there is a major training component involved in getting a lot of the village leaders that framework and background right at the beginning. I think after we develop the program here, we're going to be able to do, the training with the full board and a lot of our committees and other staff past 2021, but this is just looking at the development of the first 12 months. So hopefully that's a clarification that's helpful for most of you.
I just have one question. So is it, just for clarification, we're paying the contractor, professional service contract, to Sam Coleman to form the EDI and to train and to come up with a program. And then is there a second part where you'd need to hire Sam again to instruct the program, or is the program then in the hands of the village?
There may or may not be the need. So, and I think that that's one of the things that we acknowledge going into the process is that we anticipate coming back to the board towards the conclusion of this 12 months with recommendations on how to proceed.
And the only reason I mention it is because if we just have our purchasing policy for professional services, if you have a $10,000 contract or $9,000 and then you have a second contract, you need to go out to RFP or sole source it. So I just wanted to make the board aware of that. If it comes after the 12 months and a second contract needs to be signed. Okay, does anyone else have questions? Otherwise, do we have a motion and a second? Yes, correct?
There's a motion.
Okay, is there any other hands up, Rebecca? And do we want public, is there anyone in the public? Sarah?
I do not see anybody with their hand up at this time.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Do you want to do a roll call?
Yes. Trustee Carpenter. She's shaking yes.
She's nodding yes.
Yep. Trustee Amenta.
Trustee
Yeah.
Amenta?
Yes.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Thumbs up. Trustee Backhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand. Thumbs up.
Yes.
President Rosick.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Great, thank you. Motion carries 6-0. We did move up an item by unanimous consent, and that is for, we moved it to say C. And Rebecca, can you read the item? I can't.
Sure.
Is it?
That is to consider requirement to wear masks, which is brought forth by Trustee Ursink and Trustee Carpenter.
As a future agenda item, correct?
Correct. And I want to let you know that now I am just looking in the part. Oh, Ann Christensen, you're right there. So Ann Christensen, the North Shore Department Health Director, is here to join us for this item as well. So I don't know, Trustee Ursink or Trustee Carpenter, which one of you would like to start? I see Trustee Carpenter's hand. I'm going to unmute.
So in light of the current increase in numbers nationwide, as well as the numbers in Wisconsin continuing to increase, I had reached out to Nathan to understand our authority to require masks in all public indoor public places within the village. So businesses, not residents, but municipal buildings as well. Trustee Ursink had a similar request. There's a push from multiple businesses, and so we had requested for it to be on a future agenda item. And then realizing that the next meeting is August 3rd, Trustee Ursink and I reached out to Rebecca late today to have a special meeting requested to vote on this mandate because we felt like it couldn't wait a month. So that's where we are.
So I see President Rosick has her hand raised. I'm just trying to unmute you. There you go.
Thank you. Just procedurally, I brought this up to Rebecca earlier. Is it the intent to have the special meeting regardless of the board's vote today on the motion to put this as a future agenda item? Because if so, we don't need to put it as a future agenda item. You just call a special meeting. Trustee Carpenter. Rebecca, can you unmute?
Yeah, there you go.
So originally the request was to have it be on future item for consideration, unknowing that the next meeting was August 3rd. So I don't know how to answer that question because we.
Are you calling the special meeting regardless?
Yes.
Okay, then I don't know that we need to speak about it today and vote because as two trustees can call a special meeting on anything at any time. So procedurally, I think that is correct. Is Nathan around, or Rebecca?
Yes, I'm here. It's correct under 155-2, any two trustees can call the special meeting, but since we're all here and we have Ann Christensen here and it was properly noticed as part of the agenda, if someone wants to move to place it on an agenda for a special meeting to be determined, pursuant to everyone's calendar, a week or two, or however, give a general date and make that part of the motion. I think that would absolutely be appropriate, because as soon as you have a second, that's two trustees. So I think it's properly noticed, and if everybody's here with their calendars, I think you can set a meeting if you like.
President Rosa, Trustee Backhorst has her hand raised.
Yep. So if we're going to move to go ahead and do it that way, as our attorney has said, then we'll answer the trustees' questions. I would like to hear from Ann. Trustee Backhorst.
Thank you. So I appreciate that we're willing to have this discussion. One of the points of clarification that I had on this was you had mentioned in all public places. Are we talking about places of public access? Because a business is not technically a public place. I mean, it's a place of public access, private. So are we talking about moving this to all places internally across the board in Shorewood? I guess, and then my second question on that would be regarding enforcement. So is this going to be something that we are going to require the health department to enforce, the police to enforce? And I understand that maybe you just want to get this on the agenda or have a special, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because I'm not sure if I or others are all going to be able to attend this special meeting. So these are just things that, I work for the city of Milwaukee, and these are questions that we're dealing with right now as well. And they are considerations. I'm not saying this is a bad idea. I understand a lot of businesses are calling for it. A lot of community members are calling for it, a lot of public safety, but these are just things that we have to consider when we are thinking about having a regulation like this. Is who's the enforcement agency? Is it a mandate? Is it an ordinance? What is the official structure of this? And also the definitions as far as public places versus places of public access, etc. So that's all I have. But I'm fully in support of having the special meeting and putting this on the agenda.
So we have Trustee Stokebrand, who has her hand raised, Attorney Bayer, and Trustee Ursink. Whoop, sorry.
Attorney Bayer, then Trustee Ursink, Trustee Stokebrand.
Nathan's not muted, or he's on mute.
Oh. Sorry, I keep going to unmute people and then they hit it just as I am.
And don't let me forget Ann either.
Okay, Nathan, you unmute yourself. I think we're still trying to do it at the same time.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
I'd like to thank Trustee Backhorst for raising those issues. And those are all excellent points that will have to be addressed at the actual meeting upon which the item is discussed. But I also don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, because we do have it just noticed this evening for item for future consideration. So my suggestion would be that someone pose a proposed date for a special meeting to discuss this, and then ask, if we could hear from Ann just on some general basics on, her availability for that meeting, and what I think would also be appropriate to ask her what information, or ask her for information that would be helpful to us in formulating that opinion from the technical side. And then I think a motion to set a special meeting to consider this future agenda item would be appropriate, because under 155-2, it says that any two trustees can call a special meeting. So if one makes the motion and the other one seconds it, there you have two right there, and it is noticed for future consideration. So I think that's totally appropriate. So that would just be my suggested procedure for this evening.
Okay, I know that President Rosick had referenced Trustee Ursink next. And President Rosick, I also know that your hand is raised.
Sorry about that. I think that's the procedural question here is typically in a future agenda item, we do discuss the topic so that we know if we want to put it on the agenda or not. But in this case, because it's a special meeting, I would say just make a motion, and if there's a second, we move forward with the date. Trustee Ursink, Stokebrand, and then Ann.
How about I will just make a motion to form a special meeting to discuss an ordinance that would require Shorewood to, I guess, Shorewood public spaces and businesses to wear a mask. That's probably not the most eloquent way of putting that, but you know, Jessica, I don't know if you have a better way of stating that. But I'm just, you know, I think for us, you know, we are looking at what Milwaukee is doing right now with MKE Cares, and they're moving forward with an ordinance. They'll be voting on it tomorrow night at the council. This is put forward by an alderwoman from Bayview. So, I mean, we're really going to be able to see how they move forward with things, and you know, it'll give us a good reference point for how Milwaukee is going to handle it. So maybe we could do that. Yeah, we could read.
Can you? Yep. And just because if you're planning a special meeting to vote on something, staff is going to need to know exactly what the questions that were brought up are valid. I don't know if this is public spaces, if it's private businesses, if it's indoor spaces, if it's outdoor spaces. If you could just clarify in your motion so that staff can get prepared for whatever you need. Trustee Ursink or Trustee Carpenter.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll wait for if we can unmute Trustee Carpenter. Are you muted here, Jessica? There we go.
Thank you. I think what we had said was indoor businesses with public access was what we had said for the mask and then or for the mask requirements. If I am correct on that, so maybe that can just be an amendment to your motion to change it to indoor public spaces with public access spaces.
Is it private businesses? Are you referring to?
Yes, private businesses
that have customers.
Correct. Rebecca had said that the municipal buildings all the village buildings are all requiring masks at this point.
No, not all village buildings are required. There's only one village building that's currently open to the public. Well, two. One is the police department. The only area that is accessible is their front foyer. The second building would be the library, and when patrons are present, masks are required. We have been working in Village Hall and been socially distant, and there has not been a mask requirement. If we do get into a situation where we're working closely with each other, we have masks available for people to use. So I just want to be clear on that, but Village Hall is currently not open to the public.
Trustee Ursink, did you want to specify or clarify?
I'd like to hear from the attorney as far as what the language we need to create for this special meeting.
Attorney Bear.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. It doesn't have to be that specific at this point. You can figure out all the details at the meeting. I think all you need at this point is I would move to consider this proposed agenda item at a special meeting. Actually, I think an even more specific would be I would move to initiate a special meeting to consider a mask requirement in the village of Shorewood. And I think that's all you need. And then I think that because it's agended as this tonight, you may ask Ann Christensen as the representative of the health department to provide some information in advance of that meeting that would help the village board makes decisions concerning, how that would work, the logistics of it, and the technical requirements associated with it. And I do believe absolutely, as I mentioned in my email, that the village board has the power to do this. But I also think it needs to be backed up with the science from the health department. I've been following the cases where there have been court challenges to local regulations since they overturned the statewide shelter-in-place order. And so I think that that'll be important. So I think all you need in the motion is I would move to have a special meeting on such and such a date to consider a mask requirement in the village of Shorewood. And then again, ask the representative of the health department for information in advance of that to help you make all those specific decisions. You don't have to be that specific tonight.
I believe that trustee Backhorst was next. And I see trustee Stokebrand was next.
Yep.
And then trustee Backhorst has her hand raised as well, and Ann Christensen
And
has as
Ann.
well.
So trustee Stokebrand, Ann, and then trustee Backhorst.
I was just gonna say if we could just get the motion and move on, if Arthur wants to withdraw, so we can just make the motion and move on because it's already 8:30. It sounds like there's a lot of work to be done before we can have, this will all be done at the meeting, so.
Trustee Ursink, will you withdraw your motion? Was there a second?
Yep. So I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Was there? Okay. And then Ann, do you have anything to say?
Just in terms of the health department is very supportive of the village moving forward with this. So that is our position on supporting it. We'll do what we need to do to help, answer questions. There's a lot of logistical issues that will be challenging. And since we're not going to get into those today, we'll put those in a document for you. I think enforcement will be a key question that will be a challenge. For the health department, it is different than the city of Milwaukee, so that'll be a component that we have to work out in terms of the authority of the health department to do any enforcement action is very limited in our case, which is different than the city of Milwaukee. But again, I know those details will get discussed and worked through in a future meeting.
Thank you, Ann. Trustee Backhorst, and then we can make a motion.
Just make a motion.
Go ahead, trustee Ursink then.
Okay, so I'd like to just move to, let's see.
Am I unmuted?
There you go. There you go.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't unmuting myself because Rebecca. One of the things I would like to do is I would like to move to put this on a future agenda. The reason being, a special meeting only happens if we have a quorum. So I can reserve that if you're going to make a motion, trustee Ursink, but I would say include that in your motion, because if we don't have a quorum, we won't have a special meeting and we won't have it on the next agenda.
Okay.
You understand?
I don't really, how would you phrase that in the motion then?
Nathan can help us with that, but I would say I would move to have a special meeting or whatever it is and place this on on the next agenda for discussion and possible consideration. I don't know, Nathan.
I think the goal is really to get this done sooner than later.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying that if we don't have a quorum, we won't have a special meeting.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
There's no guarantee of a quorum because this is not we don't have this meeting already set. So that's exactly what I'm trying to get here, is just to say this is backup. Special meeting, and if that doesn't happen, get it on the next agenda.
Attorney Bear, is that, do you recommend that in the motion?
I'm trying to unmute you.
Can you hear me now? Okay, great. I think you could do it either way. You could make the motion as a backup to have a special meeting prior to the next scheduled village board meeting of August 3rd or 4th or whatever it is. Or if you want, you can propose a date and see if since you've got everybody here. However you want to do it is completely up to you. You can either do it as a backup or just throw some dates out there and pick a date. Either way is acceptable, and I think it's properly noticed for an item for future consideration. So either way is acceptable.
Would the trustees, would we like to propose a date? Or Jessica, would you like to propose a date? Okay, let's unmute Jessica there. Maybe you can signal.
I would suggest making a motion to, and then doing the doodle pad with Rebecca at a future date, as we always do to schedule special meetings.
I'm gonna ask Jessica her, like to hear from Jessica real quick before we do that.
I also was just going to see if there were specific dates that Ann Christensen was available. I think if we could see, so we do need her help and her guidance.
I am pretty available except for the last full week of July, but otherwise I'm around.
I mean,
You'll also need for Sarah to be available as well.
Hmm.
So just keeping that in mind.
Can we meet July 13th?
We have a joint village board and CDA meeting already scheduled for that evening. The 14th is also taken by the community forum.
And tomorrow? No, we don't want to do tomorrow. Tomorrow?
You can't do tomorrow.
Okay, it's too early.
Thursday the 9th.
Oh, Thursday's not going to work for me. I'm sorry. Friday?
Friday during the day?
No Friday. How about did we say the 15th is out? Wednesday the 15th?
I would suggest making a motion to place it on the next agenda of either a special meeting, date to be determined, or the next village board meeting, and then work with Rebecca like we always do to pick a date. But
that's great. So moved.
Okay, great. Yeah, but so let's. I'd like to make a motion to initiate a special meeting requiring Shorewood, the village of Shorewood, to wear masks, or let's see, a mask requirement in the village of Shorewood. So I'd like to make a motion to initiate a special meeting for a mask requirement in the village of Shorewood.
to place it on the agenda
Place it on the agenda.
of a special meeting, date to be determined,
A special meeting,
Or-
date to be determined.
or
Or
next village board meeting. If
next village board meeting.
right, that's what Trustee Bachers was saying, just in
Thank
case.
you, Allison.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Sarah, did you get that?
I did, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else with their hand raised? Rebecca? Okay, seeing none, roll call.
Sorry, we actually have 2 citizen members with their hands raised, if you're looking to take citizen comment at this time.
I don't know if we do that for future agenda items. We never have. So if nobody objects, I would just take the roll call.
I'm going to object. I'm going to let people talk because I know there's probably quite a few people that want to talk about this on this call. So I'm just going to, I would object, and I would love to hear what the public has to say.
But I just point of order for a second. Nathan, this isn't a discussion about the topic, correct? I just want to be careful because it's just placing the item on a future agenda.
Nathan, I'd like you to unmute yourself.
Okay, there, I can see the box. Okay. You're right. I mean, it's not on for consideration, but it still is on the agenda and it's noticed. So yeah, I guess it's at your discretion as a body as to whether or not you would want to let people weigh in or not. Certainly, I don't think there's anything improper about it. It's up to you as a body.
I'm perfectly fine with letting citizens comments. I just want to, just as you warned us as trustees, we shouldn't get into the topic of discussion. If it's about setting in a date or putting it on the next agenda, that's fine to have comments on. So go ahead, Sarah, you can call on the residents.
Yep. I first had Brady McIntosh with his hand raised. I'll unmute you, and then please just give me your name and address.
Hi, it's actually Jennifer McIntosh. My husband is Brady McIntosh. We live at 4436 North Prospect. My husband and I are both physicians in the community. In fact, my husband is on his way into an emergency department shift at Frederick Hospital. And I am uncomfortable with not picking a date for this special meeting. I would like to see a date established this evening as the cases are going up and up and up. And this request to consider universal required masking in our community needs to be done sooner rather than later so that we prevent the spread, so that we can go about our lives in a more normal fashion, because that's what universal masking will allow. It will also allow our schools to possibly be able to reopen in the fall if we make masking the norm in our community. There's a lot of benefits in our community to masking, and having this meeting sooner rather than later is imperative. And so I am very uncomfortable with the idea of not choosing a date at this meeting.
Thank you. Sarah, is there another resident?
Yes, I have Callie Spears next. Hold on, just looking for you to unmute you. All right, Callie, go ahead with name and address.
Callie Spears, 4041 North Downer Avenue. Can you hear me though?
Yes.
Hello?
Yep.
Okay. I have a question probably for Ann Christensen in regards to number of COVID cases in Shorewood. And is it made public where, like, let's say at some establishment, there are numerous cases. Is there a pattern? Is there a way people can know? Is that private? It might be a dumb question, but I'm just curious as to right now in time, is there some kind of way to know how many cases we have? And is there a pattern in terms of how people are catching this thing, you know, dates, you know, people congregating? So that's my question.
I'd be happy to go over that at the agenda for
Sure.
the special meeting, or you're welcome to call the health department in the morning. I'm happy to talk through some of those details.
Oh, sure, the special meeting, that would be great. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Callie. Next, I have Molly. I do not have a last name, Molly. I'm going to unmute you. If you could just give me your name and address. Go ahead, Molly.
Hi, I'm Molly Boutel, 4181 North Bartlett. And I just, I don't have a lot to say. I just want to echo previous speaker and asking that you view this, the consideration of a mask ordinance as a very, very urgent issue. This is really urgent. The pandemic's not going away. Cases are increasing. The longer we sit around discussing procedure and when can we meet and can we do a doodle and all those kinds of things, which I understand to some extent very reasonable, but also there's a huge amount of urgency to this, and so I want to kind of plead with the board to really take this seriously. This is a really important issue, an important health issue.
Thank you, Molly. Next, I have on the list Lance Weinhardt. Let me just find you, Lance, to unmute you. All right, Lance, name and address, please.
Sure, Lance Weinhardt, 4037 North Stoll Avenue. And I just wanted to echo Jennifer's first comment and encourage the board to have this meeting as soon as possible. Literally, days make a difference here, and we can be trailing the cases. But the point of the masking is to prevent outbreaks, to prevent new cases. And when we've got the people in Metro Market, people in bars and restaurants not wearing masks, we are, kind of playing with fire here, and it's going to set us back further and further, and literally days make a difference here. So I would encourage us not to wait until next week to have a special meeting about this. This is an unusual circumstance and a chance for Shorewood to show leadership and help protect the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Lance.
You muted yourself, I think.
Sorry. Next, I have Joel Butler. Joel, I'm going to unmute you. If you can just give me your name and address, please. Go ahead, Joel.
Joel Butler, 4181 Bartlett Avenue. And I want to echo the previous statements saying that this is an urgent situation. Don't drag your feet on figuring out the most convenient time. Now's the time to deal with it. We should have had this mask requirement a long time ago. It's overdue, and you need to deal with it as immediately. And that's my statement.
Thank you, Joel. Next, I have Ken. I don't have a last name, Ken. I'm going to unmute you. If you can just give me your name and address. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, it's Ken Cole, 4324 Maryland Avenue. And I will echo what everyone else has said. Given what's going on, this cannot wait until Friday. It needs to happen by Wednesday. This sounds cliche, I know, but lives are on the line. Folks are at bars right now and also restaurants, and data has shown that that's a bad place to be. Also, just walking around the village, you see more and more people masking up, and I think if you showed leadership, they would follow your lead and lives would be saved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Next, I have Alyssa Evans. Alyssa, I'm going to unmute you. If you could give me your name and address, please. Go ahead, Alyssa.
Alyssa Evans, 3826 North Frederick. I'm going to echo what Jennifer started with and the others have said. This is an urgent matter that cannot be ignored, that cannot be put on a future agenda to be talked about. Let's determine a date. And Shorewood can be a leader, but we also need leaders. We know that there's been no leadership at the national level, and now there's no leadership at the state level. So it falls on every city and village and down to every individual. And this village needs some leadership because people are doing whatever they want because they're not being told what they should do. And they need to be, because it's all based on science. So I just hope that you guys can recognize the science, recognize the urgency, and take action. That's it.
Thank you, Alyssa. Next, I have Kristen Cicero. I'm sorry, I'm probably very much pronouncing that incorrectly. Let me just find you, Kristen, and unmute you. 1 second. Go ahead, Kristen.
Hi, thanks. Yes, my name is Kristen Ciarto, and I live at 4018 North Morris Boulevard. I'm once again going to echo the urgency of this matter. and to say that it's for the village to show leadership now. This would be a really smart thing to do. It takes just a few people to come to an agreement on this. Between now and whenever the meeting needs to be set now, so that there's a deadline, so that people sit down and write up an enforceable ordinance. That's not, writing that up is not going to be done during the meeting. People are going to haggle about, oh, how do we enforce it? That needs to be not done in the meeting. It needs to be done before the meeting, but the meeting needs to be planned as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. I do not have any additional citizens. I do have Trustee Bachhorst with her hand up first, and then Trustee Ursink.
Am I up? Okay. So when is the joint CDA meeting, and are we able to do it in conjunction with that, since that's already been set and we have a quorum established?
The joint CDA Village Board meeting is on Monday, July 13th.
So next Monday.
Correct.
Okay, and would that be, if we were not able to come up with a schedule that would be amenable to everyone's schedule, or I mean a time, could we punt that one? Could we punt the CDA and use that meeting, since we already, I mean, in the past, how we've done it, so I'm the longest standing board member, and how in the past we've done it for special meetings is on Monday nights that we don't have board meetings, and I understand that's what happened with that joint CDA meeting. But that's generally on Monday nights. When we take oath of office, we assume that we either have one of these meetings or potentially a special board meeting. So I would recommend that if we can't get it together this week to do it, that's what we do.
Just point of order, we do have a motion and a second, and so if the board, it needs to be unanimous consent to withdraw the motion if we're going to pick a specific date. Does anybody object to withdrawing the motion? Okay, so somebody can make a motion. Trustee Carpenter.
I'll let you unmute, Jessica. You can unmute.
She can't.
Okay,
I don't think she's
now
on.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I can withdraw the motion, but I have one question first. Because we're still in the state of emergency for COVID, is the requirement 48 hours still?
Question.
Yes.
Yes.
So if we get, because I thought we could have a meeting in the state of emergency within 48 hours.
Nathan, you're welcome to weigh in.
Yeah, there would have to be a compelling, an immediate need to otherwise usurp the requirements under Chapter 19. I don't know, I'd have to take a look at some of the cases that interpret my recommendation would be well, today's Monday. I don't think you're looking before Wednesday anyway, are you?
Well, I was just thinking that if I withdrew the motion, then I could propose Wednesday night, which would be no. Wednesday what's Wednesday? Wednesday the 8th. And would that be within? So could I just amend the motion to
I would just with unanimous
regarding masks in Shorewood to Wednesday, July 8th.
It's easier if you just withdraw, no one objected, and just make a new motion.
Okay, then I'll move to schedule a I will move to schedule a special meeting on Wednesday, July 8th to vote on a mask ordinance or mask requirement in Shorewood or at the next official meeting.
Village board meeting.
Yeah, official village board meeting.
And Trustee Ursink is a second. Attorney Bear, is that a sufficient notice? I think that was just the question that we had.
Am I on?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, my recommendation would not be to go less than 24 hours.
Well, that's not less than 24, correct?
Right. No, so you're okay. Yep.
Okay. I'm going to vote no. And the reason being is I just think we need to give 48 hours notice for the public because this involves the private sector. And I feel like the private sector should be able to weigh in and have notice to be able to do that if we're going to regulate something. I do want to remind people that I was in favor of a local order and I was outvoted and we don't have one. So I am very aware of the impacts of the COVID virus. And I take it very seriously.
Can I make a point that the library board meeting is Wednesday from 5:15 to, I don't know, it goes to 6:30 or 6:45. And since I'm the liaison to that board, I would not be able to be, well, I would like to be at that meeting if we could schedule the special meeting for 7 or 7:30.
Okay, so anybody else have their hand raised, Rebecca? If not,
there's two more citizen comments if you're interested in taking them.
I know Trustee Ursink would like to, so go ahead.
Okay. First, I have Alyssa Evans again. I'm going to unmute you, Alyssa.
No, I just want, maybe you've moved on and maybe it sounds like Wednesday is an option, but when we were talking about a compelling argument for doing this sooner, I think that a pandemic is a compelling argument. I think that even if there are other meetings, I'm sorry, but we're in a state of emergency and something needs to be done and nothing is being done. So I'm sorry, you have to do this as soon as possible. If the private sector's involved, well, I mean, I don't think they get to say whether people are losing their lives or not. I mean, this is the health department can tell us and doctors can tell us that.
Okay, is that it, Alyssa?
Yeah.
Thank you. Next I have Brady McIntosh. Again, Brady, let me just unmute you. All right, go ahead.
Hi again, it's Jen McIntosh.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. It says Brady. I don't know how to get that changed. I apologize. And I'm just, again, reiterating, I hope that Wednesday is the date you move forward with. I hope that most of the trustees vote in favor of that date. And as Alyssa echoed, time is of the essence. My patients in the hospital with COVID are increasing. This isn't something that should wait. This is something that our community should be taking very, very seriously and shouldn't be putting off. So I commend you for trying to make Wednesday work. And I just want to make it clear that Wednesday really would be a great step forward for this. And everyone can figure out what the logistics of this looks like after it's passed.
Okay, anybody else, Sarah?
No, that is, there are no more hands up.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Would you like to take the roll call?
I will. Trustee Backhorst. She's raising her thumbs up. Trustee Stokebrand. Thumbs up. Trustee Carpenter. Thumbs up. Trustee Ursing. Thumbs up. Trustee Amenta. Trustee Amenta. Hold on, I think she wants to be unmuted. Trustee Amenta.
What did we specify a time in the motion, or is just?
I don't believe a time was specified. Just that it was Wednesday on the July 8th.
Well, I'll say I will vote yes, but I
say 7. You know.
cannot commit to it until I know what time you're suggesting the meeting is. So please don't take my vote as a commitment that I can be there.
Okay.
I can't read that. And I think it's up, I mean, I don't know. It's a vague motion. It's, yes.
Okay. President Rosick.
No.
Motion passes 5-1.
All right, thank you for everybody's comments. We will now move back onto the regular agenda. Does anyone need a bodily break, or are we do you want to move on? I see Carpenter. Is that a yes or a no? Okay, keep going. All right. Okay, so our next order of business is 5, the consent agenda. Items under the consent agenda may be acted upon by one motion. If in the judgment of any village board member, a consent agenda item needs discussion, the item can be placed in the items removed from the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I got a motion by trustee Bachhorst, a second by trustee Carpenter. Any items to withhold? Any hands, Rebecca? Okay. If none, then take a roll call.
Trustee Menta. She says aye. Trustee Ursink. Thumbs up. Trustee Bachhorst. Thumbs up. Trustee Stokebrand. Thumbs up. Trustee Carpenter. Thumbs up. President Rosick.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
All right. Motion carries 6-0. We don't need items removed from consent agenda, so we'll move on to a public hearing, which we have none. So the next item is number 8, citizens to be heard. This item is for matters not on the agenda. Discussion may follow comment on non-agenda items, or discussion and action may come at a future meeting. Did you say there were 2 people, Sarah?
I believe one spoke, and I do have Sarah McEnny's hand up. So let me just find you, Sarah, to unmute you.
Just state your name and address, please.
Oh, there you are. Hold on. All right, Sarah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sarah McEnany. I live at 2616 East Jarvis Street. And this is not obviously about an agenda item. However, it is about a past email that I have sent to all the village trustees regarding the opportunity that I think that they have as individuals to denounce behavior that I found was objectionable from, sadly, a post that was made by David on what date? July 11th, where it can be conferred as racist to call out a community member and then also refer to the spitter. So while I haven't heard back from any village trustee regarding the email about denouncing that kind of behavior, and I don't think that has to go through committee. And so I would like to know if any village trustees do denounce this kind of behavior from another village trustee. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Sarah, is there any other comment, any other resident that would like to make a comment tonight?
I do not see any other hands up.
Okay. All right. Well, then we will close that agenda item. And move on to new business. 9A, consider authorization for 2020 bonding. And Mark, do we have to do these each?
Yes.
Did he say yes? Okay.
I
So,
did say yes.
so the first one will be consider resolution 2020-25, initial resolution authorizing 4,705,000 general obligation bonds for street improvement projects. Does any trustee have a question? If no hands are raised, Rebecca, I will.
Can I make just a brief comment, please?
Sure, go ahead, Mark.
And I know we're behind schedule, so I'll just keep this very brief. It was pointed out to me over the weekend that the fifth resolution, which is the not to exceed bond sale resolution, doesn't exactly add up to the sum of resolutions 1 through 4. Trustee Amenta had noticed that, and I've checked with our financial advisors, and I just wanted to let, in case anybody else had that question, I want to let you know that it's not a problem. It is a matter of some rounding issues, and that all the resolutions are in fact appropriate, and we would welcome your action on those tonight. Thank you.
Okay. So we're still on 9A1. Consider resolution 2020-25, initial resolution authorizing.
I'd like to move approval of resolution number 2020-25, initial resolution authorizing 4,705,000 general obligation bonds for street improvement projects.
Second. Anybody have any questions? All right, roll call.
Yep. President Rosick.
Yes.
Trustee Amenta.
Yes.
Trustee Backhorst. Trustee Carpenter. Thumbs up. Trustee Ursing. Thumbs up. Trustee Stokebrand. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0. Go ahead, Trustee
I
Amenta.
move approval of resolution number 2020-26, initial resolution authorizing 760,000 general obligation bonds for police facilities.
All right, we have a motion. Trustee Backhorst is a second. Go ahead with the roll call.
Trustee Stokebrand. Thumbs up. Trustee Ursing. Thumbs up. Trustee Carpenter. Thumbs up. Trustee Backhorst. Thumbs up. Trustee Menta.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye.
6-0.
I'll move approval of resolution number 2020-27, initial resolution authorizing 255,000 general obligation bonds for parks and public grounds.
We have a motion by Trustee Amenta, a second by Trustee Ursink. Go ahead with the roll call.
Trustee Ursing. Thumbs up. Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand. Thumbs up. Trustee Backhorst. Thumbs up. Trustee Carpenter. President Rosick.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
I'll move approval of resolution number 2020-28, initial resolution authorizing 165,000 general obligation bonds for fire department projects.
And I'll second that. So no objections. We will move to a roll call.
Trustee Carpenter. Thumbs up. Trustee Stokebrand. Thumbs up. Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Ursing. Thumbs up. Trustee Backhorst. Thumbs up. President Rosick.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
I'll move approval of resolution number 2020-29, providing for the sale of not to exceed 5,875,000 in general obligation corporate purpose bonds, Series 2020C.
And I'll second that. Go ahead with the roll call.
All right. Trustee Stokebrand. Thumbs up. Trustee Carpenter. Thumbs up. Trustee Ursing. Thumbs up. Trustee Backhorst. Thumbs up. Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, now we have a consider electronic recycling vendor agreement. Rebecca, is there anyone, do you just want to take questions?
We'll just take questions.
Okay, I'll go around the table really quick. Trustee Carpenter? Nothing? Trustee Bockhorst? You're okay? Trustee Ursink? Trustee Stokebrand?
No, I was skipped. I'd like to move to, I don't have it in front of me, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna make the motion. Well, I'll pass if the next person wants to make the motion because I lost the document.
Okay, Trustee Amenta?
I just want to mention that I do recall discussing this in committee, and that this new vendor is going to have a broader, like take TVs that are broken, and just so she'll take more things. And I think the cost was cheaper. And correct me if I'm wrong on that. But I'll make a motion to approve the service agreement for pickup for electronic services with Refrigerant Depot LLC.
Second.
Okay, then we'll take the roll call.
All right. Trustee Bockhorst? Thumbs up. Trustee Stokebrand? Thumbs up. Trustee Menta?
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter? Thumbs up. Trustee Ursink? Thumbs up. And President Rosick?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right, we'll move on to 9C, consider resolution 2020-21 updates to the 2020 fee schedule. Mark, any major changes?
No, this is just in relation to the new recycling agreement. Changes are listed in the resolution as presented.
Okay, anybody have any questions? Trustee Carpenter? Is that your hand?
I'd like to just make a motion. I moved approval of resolution 2020-21, amending the fees for electronic recycling items.
Second.
Okay, Trustee Carpenter made a motion. Trustee Amenta seconds. Roll call.
Trustee Menta?
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter?
Aye.
Trustee Ursink? Thumbs up. Trustee Bockhorst? Thumbs up. Trustee Stokebrand? Thumbs up. President Rosick?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Great. Now, 9D, consider 2021 budget challenges. Mark.
Yes, thank you very much. This is kind of after our long range plan, kind of our first table setting item that we try to present to the board is a very broad stroke outlook for the 2021 budget challenges we'll all have to work through here in the next couple of months. It also carries forward a ongoing request to present various different ideas that have come up in the past, or maybe new ideas on items that would be policy changes for expenditure cuts, items that might be policy consideration for revenue diversification. Again, these have all been pretty much put forth before the board previously, but it's an ongoing process, as we all know. So, so here they are again, and I'd be happy to take any specific questions on any of these items as may be applicable.
Trustee Carpenter, any questions?
I mean, not at the moment. Sorry. Sorry.
Sure. Okay.
Go ahead.
Trustee Stokebrand. No. Trustee Menta. Trustee, I can't see everyone's heads. Trustee Bockhorst.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
if our issue is getting up to the expenditure limit, if we were to do something like parking meters or a wheel tax, I mean, that increases our revenue, but we can't increase our expenditures. So
right.
Does that help us to increase revenue if we're going to hit the expenditure limit?
No. The increased revenue will reduce the need for property taxes because those will fill a part of those gaps there. But the expenditure limit is expenditures. So those are the items that we'll need to work on through the process, trying to make sure we remain qualified for that fairly significant state expenditure restraint grant of about $265,000.
So we do have to focus on the expenditure side, basically.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mark, are we up to our revenue limit?
I'm not, could you give me a little clarity on the question?
There's like the expenditure restraint and the revenue, I forget what they call it, but there's both sides.
I think the levy limit is much more flexible than the expenditure restraint capacity. And even if it, even if there was ways to manage the expenditure restraint, the board has its own objectives as far as, the levy increases. So that's really something we'll, I think, be able to work through in the budget hearings.
It just, because when Trustee Menta said for the parking meters, we don't have a problem with our revenue restraint or whatever it's called. So
yeah, the revenue increases just reduce property taxes. So
right.
There are no limits on the revenues we can increase. It's just we recognize that the more revenues that are not property taxes means the less property taxes will have to be levied.
But we're not running up to like a wall with how much taxes we can raise. Like there's
not
no.
At this point, no.
Okay, so okay, I get it then. Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Trustee Ursink, Trustee Stokebrand, Trustee Menta, Carpenter. Okay, then do we need a motion?
No, this is an informational presentation for preparation of the 2021 budget.
Okay, thank you. With no further questions, we'll move on to the next item. Does anyone need a break? I do. So if it's okay with the board, Trustee Carpenter, go ahead. Can you?
I was just gonna say just a couple minutes to run to the restroom. It'd be great.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so it is 9:28. Let's return at 9:35. We'll take a short recess. Thank you. Becky, is it time? Okay.
Yep.
All right. I'd like to call this village board meeting back to order. It is 9:33 p.m. Our next agenda item, we are still under new business. 9. Which one? 9E. Consider Resolution 2020-24 Community Development Block Grant Cooperation Agreement with Milwaukee County. Rebecca? Mark?
We'll take any questions.
Okay. Trustee Carpenter. Any questions? No?
Sorry, not yet. I'm just getting situated.
Okay, I'll come back.
Thank
Trustee
you.
Urson?
Sorry.
Any questions?
I'm just actually just kind of getting myself situated here and going through this as well. So let me just kind of get up to speed here, and maybe you can come back to me.
I do see that Trustee Stokebrand has her hand raised.
Trustee Stokebrand.
I move to approve the Community Development Block Grant Cooperation Agreement with Milwaukee County via Resolution 2020-24.
And I'll second that. So we have a motion by Trustee Stokebrand, a second by President Rozak. Just wanted to mention that, is this the one, Mark and Rebecca, where the county, we can utilize the money for the Senior Resource Center?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I know, but I think staff was looking into that. Okay, anybody have any other questions? Trustee Menta?
Yeah, I noted that on page 3, I believe it's saying a municipality that it pools their money with the county, which is what we're proposing to do rather than use it themselves, should still do 3 action items from the list below to affirmatively further fair housing. And that I think all 7 of these are good things for us to be doing, but I particularly would like to recommend that number 3, to work with the Southeast Wisconsin Regional Plan Commission and the Fair Housing Council to review and revise ordinances to remove barriers to affordable housing. And yeah, I think I looked up the Fair Housing Council today. I think they have some excellent resources there, and that we should be working closely with them, maybe through the CDA, in conjunction with the housing study that we've recently completed, but that we do really need to look at ways that we may possibly be preventing affordable housing and keeping that from being developed in Shorewood. So I think that's something we should really be focusing on.
Excellent, thank you. Trustee Carpenter, we'll go back to you.
No, I did not have any questions. Sorry, I was just getting myself together.
Trustee Bockhorst? And I can't see her.
So yeah, can we just use the hand raising thing, because it seems like a lot of us don't have anything to say.
Sure.
Expedite it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any hand raised? Seeing none, go ahead and do a roll call. Oh, Trustee Stokebrand.
Nope, I don't think she had her hand raised. I think she's just waiting for the roll call.
All right, go right ahead.
All right, Trustee Carpenter. Thumbs up. Trustee Ursing. Thumbs up. Trustee Stokebrand. Thumbs up. Trustee Amenta. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Trustee Bockhorst. Thumbs up. President Rozak.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Great. The next item is 9F, introduction of resolution 2020-2022 to discontinue a portion of the unimproved right-of-way of the west side of North Kramer Street at the southwest intersection of North Kramer Street and East Menlo Boulevard. Does anybody have any questions? If so, go ahead and raise your hand. Anybody raising their hand?
No.
Okay. Does anyone want to make a motion?
There's actually no motion required with this first item. It's just it's an introduction of the resolution that the board would then hear back on September 8th. State statute requires that we introduce it first, before we act on it after a public hearing.
Okay. Well, then we'll move on to the next item. 9G, consider resolution 2020-2023 relative to the notice of public hearing for a proposed discontinuance of portion of unimproved right-of-way on the west side, North Kramer Street at the southwest intersection of North Kramer and East Menlo.
I see Trustee Carpenter has a question.
Trustee Carpenter.
I don't actually have a question. I'd like to move to approve resolution 2020-23, a resolution relative to the notice of a public hearing for the proposed discontinuance of a portion of unimproved right-of-way on the west side of North Kramer Street at the southwest intersection of North Kramer Street and East Menlo Boulevard.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Trustee Ursink and Trustee Backhorst both are willing
Okay,
to second.
Trustee Ursink is the second. Go ahead with the roll call.
Oh, Trustee Amenta has a question.
Trustee Menta, I apologize.
I just have a question. Is the special privilege permit like essentially duplicating the action we're taking here? I mean, are they doing the same thing?
So yeah, if you approve the discontinuance on September 8th, the special privilege would not be required. And so last fall, you approved the special privilege subject to the submission of the application within 90 days. We didn't get that on time, so that one expired. He's applied for all three concurrently right now. So yes, if this passes on September 8th, the special privilege would not be required. If the discontinuance does not pass on September 8th, he will be seeking special privilege in the next item and or on September 8th. That's clear.
So last year we gave him a special privilege under the condition that he apply for the discontinuance. Okay, so he does need both. It's not like we can just do it with a special privilege and just be done with it, right? We are requiring both.
You could do it with just a special privilege, but the direction of the board last year, based on staff recommendation, was to require the discontinuance. So I think it makes sense to require this and then take the special privilege second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so go ahead. Is there any other questions? No, seeing none, go ahead with the roll call.
Trustee Ursink. Thumbs up. Trustee Stokebrand. Thumbs up. Trustee Carpenter. Thumbs up. Trustee Backhorst. Thumbs up. Trustee Amenta. Thumbs up. President Rosick.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, next item on the agenda is 9. Are we on H now?
Yes.
I keep repeating. Okay. Consider application for special privilege approval for retaining wall and a fence within the public right-of-way at 1821 East Menlo Boulevard.
So I'll just give a quick overview to Trustee Amenta's point in the last item. So he's applied for this concurrently with the discontinuance. The staff memo suggesting that you could possibly hold it till September 8th, after which it could be irrelevant. However, that would not allow him to construct the wall until that point. He has indicated that he would like to construct the wall as soon as possible. So just in terms of my recommended motion, I was suggesting that we could defer it till September 8th. That is still completely possible. However, if the board has no issues with him constructing the wall in the meantime, because the application is in and has now been acknowledged and published, the board could approve the special privilege, understanding that on September 8th, with that approval, the special privilege would then become null and void, but it would allow him to construct the wall and fence in the meantime. So if you're willing to approve it, staff is fine with that. We had just written the recommendation based on him waiting till September 8th, but I understand he has the materials and he would like to get going. So if you're willing to approve it, staff would be fine with that as well.
Okay. do we have a motion? Or a question?
I'll move to approve the special, I'll move to whatever the motion is.
So yeah, the recommended motion would then be move to approve the special privilege for a retaining wall and fence within the public right of way at 1821 East Menlo Boulevard.
Okay, so moved.
Is there a second? Trustee Ursink seconds. Any further questions? Trustee Carpenter?
So I'm a little bit confused. So approving this would allow him to move forward with construction while we're waiting for the special hearing in September, is that correct?
Correct. So the action of the first two items has confirmed that meeting will take place.
Got it. Okay.
It's already confirmed now that we will be doing it. So this is just allowing him to start early. And if for some reason the board denies it on September 8th, you would have already granted him the special privilege for the retaining wall. So unless there's objections to that retaining wall and fence, this is completely fine in terms of procedure, at least in my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? If not, go ahead and proceed with the roll call.
Trustee Menta. Thumbs up. Trustee Bachhorst. Thumbs up. Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink. Thumbs up. Trustee Stokebrand. Thumbs up. President Rosick.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, next item is to consider 2021 initiatives. Rebecca?
Included within the packet was a memo that reviewed my recommendations. First, I'm recommending that the board move forward with all current initiatives as identified on the attachment, which would be those in 2020 and those added in 2020 moving forward into 2021. Second, I'm recommending that the village board prioritize their top 5 proposed initiatives and future agenda items of consideration. This would be done virtually, and the ranking of these would be provided to the village board at the August 3rd meeting in ranked priority order. As the village board completes each item, they would begin to work on the next item. Any additional future items of consideration would be added to this pool of topics. Specifically, the board will need to prioritize their efforts and complete an item before beginning a new item. There's a large number of items that the board desires to accomplish, and the list continues to shift continually to changing conditions and desires. The length of the board meetings is not conducive for multiple additional items being added, as we're trying to maintain our current operations and balance additional policy workload. There continue to be outstanding operational items that have been deferred from agendas over the last 2 months. And the board's direction on these items is needed and will be scheduled in our regular meetings between August and October. These topics include, but are not limited to, consideration of the TMDL Stormwater Management Plan, consider EAB plan and recommendations, review of draft combined sewer service area downspout disconnection program, and discussion on LED lighting, and options moving forward for 2020 bonding. Below the memo, there is a recommended motion should the board choose to proceed with it. I move to approve the list of 2020 initiatives for continued completion in 2021, rank new proposed 2020 initiatives and future agenda items of consideration, and work on completing the next prioritized item as agreed to by the board.
So moved. Does anybody have any questions? Or do we have a second? Trustee Ursink is a second. And further discussion? Let me know if a hand's up.
Trustee Bachhorst hands up, and Trustee Menta.
Okay, Trustee Bachhorst.
Thank you. I would be in support of moving forward with completing or at least gaining some headway on the 2020. I think this year has shown us that doing a prioritization for 1 to 2 years out, when there are a lot of unexpected things that come our way naturally and organically, such as we'll just take the coronavirus, the pandemic, and then with a lot of racial tensions and other, civic unrest and stuff like that, that to limit ourselves to, try to think about what 1 to 2 years as a board, especially since next year we're probably going to have a very different board, I would say I'm in support of, again, continuing with the 2020 initiatives, especially those based on equity, and then scrapping the rest. I mean, we've got a lot to take care of as far as this year is concerned, last year is concerned. We've got things that staff have wanted us to do, and I don't really feel that it's incumbent upon us, or not incumbent upon us, that we as a board are the experts as far as what needs to happen in this village. I think that, I don't know how I would even put that in the motion or even amend it, but I think that us spinning our wheels and spending more time on coming up with board initiatives is not really the best use of this village's time, the staff's time, the community's time.
Thank you. Trustee, who is the next one?
We have Trustee Amenta, and then we have Trustee Stokebrand.
Okay, Amenta?
Yeah, I want to point out that the initiative I proposed on starting to discuss community police oversight, I think is something really important that needs to be moved up into the prioritization. And I would actually take out administrative review of village hall org structure and move that. I mean, we're already starting the DPW's process. And so anyway, I would take that one out and move discussion of a citizen police oversight, however we want to do that, whether we want to expand the police commission or whether we want to start something new. But I think that's something, given recent issues and world issues, that we really should be talking about and thinking about in the rest of 2020 and in 2021. So I'd like to put that, I definitely would like to take that one from the whatever page this is and move it up into the list of things that we're going to prioritize for next year. So
do we need an amendment?
Not necessary. Because it was a submitted initiative, it will be listed on the list of proposed initiatives and future agenda items, of which all board members will have an ability to rank, and that ranking will be provided to you and presented on August 3rd.
I thought we were voting on, I thought you're asking us to vote on this page. It says 2020 village board initiatives continue to 2021. I thought we're saying this is the list.
Yes, that is the initial list moving forward. You also have a lengthy list and you have proposed initiatives for 2021. So we would put those proposed initiatives, of which yours is included, along with your future agenda items of consideration, and you as a board would rank those. So if a ranking of the Police Oversight Commission is one that you ranked as a #1 priority, you was identified as such, we would get that ranking from each of the village board members, and that would be collated and provided to you on August 3rd. And that then would establish any other additional priorities in addition to those specified for 2020.
Okay, because I would substitute that one for looking at village hall organizational structure. I think if I'm hearing what you're saying that these on this page, 2020 initiatives continue to 2021 are on the list, and then we're going to vote from the next page. We're going to rank, and they're going to come after these. And I'm saying I think that one has to come before some of these. The other comment that I have is a lot of the future agenda items, and both myself and Trustee Warren brought up issues about our board workings and code of conduct and that kind of thing. And I think that's really work that the board itself has to do, and that we can be moving along on at meetings throughout 2020 on our own. I think if a couple of us do a little bit of research and come with what some other boards do and some suggestions on these things, we can start to put together a code of conduct or start to review some of these board processes. I don't see it as involving staff so much. Maybe just if we were proposing a change to an ordinance, Nathan might have to review it, but these are really things that the board has to do internally and decide amongst ourselves. So I'd like to, I think those are other ones that we can start discussing amongst ourselves. So,
Trustee Amenta, just to clarify, do you mean in a committee, or do you mean in? How would you go about doing that if?
I think that kind of work is going to be easier to do in a committee than do all 7 of us at one time. And then the committee can come with some proposals, but
JP
yeah.
now?
Yeah, but I mean, I guess I'll make a motion to move the initiative on community police oversight and add that to the list of 2020 village board initiatives continued to 2021, and to remove administrative review of village hall org structure.
Did you say an amendment?
Yeah, I'll move. I'd
Okay.
like to amend your motion to do that, to do those 2 things.
If the board doesn't object, I can withdraw my motion. Does anybody object to withdrawing the original motion? Okay, so do you want to make a new motion instead of doing an amendment?
So the motion was, I'd like to move to approve the list of 2020 initiatives for continued completion in 2021, adding the initiative on community police oversight.
In place of.
In place of the administrative review of village hall org structure. And in addition, rank new proposed 2021 initiatives, future items of consideration, and work on completing the next prioritized item as agreed to by village board.
I'll second that. Yep, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any other comments from board members or questions? Just let me know if you see a hand. No?
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, then go ahead, Sarah, with the roll call.
Oh.
Oh. Was there a hand?
Nope, I think everybody's hand is down. Trustee Stoker-Brands was up, but I think it's down now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So Trustee Stoker-Brand. Thumbs up. Trustee Ursink. Thumbs up. Trustee Carpenter. Thumbs up. Trustee Bockhorst. Thumbs down. Nay. Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-1.
Great, and just for clarification, Rebecca, you're gonna send out something for us to rank?
Yes.
Okay.
You'll receive it this week.
Okay, I'll be looking for it. Thank you. The next item is 9J, consideration of action to refer citizen charges complaint to committee.
I'd like to interject here and just reiterate something that was identified within the memo as provided by the village attorney. Since the ordinance says without debate, the discussion should not include any issues related to the merits, but simply which committee this should be referred to.
Great, do we have a motion? Trustee Bockhorst. You're on mute.
Okay, so I would move that we refer this to committee as a whole.
Okay. And do we have a second?
Trustee Ursink is seconding.
Okay. Any further discussion? And that's okay, Rebecca? I assume?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee
Unless
Carpenter?
Attorney Bayer has an objection, but I don't believe that
Yeah.
he does. I'm not seeing his hand raised.
Trustee Carpenter? Can you unmute her? Oh, there you go.
So I just want to clarify all of the complaints, or not the right word,
Affidavits.
Affidavits. Are all 4 of them would be going to the committee of the whole?
That's my understanding of the motion.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, go ahead and do the roll call.
Oh, hold on, Kathy.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, and then we do have a citizen comment as well.
I do have a question. I was wondering about why the first 2, I think 3 were not going to JP&L, and then the one was not going to Business and Community Relations. What would be the plus and minus of committee of the whole versus going to those separate committees? If Nathan or if Tammy can enlighten me, please.
Trustee
From
Bockhorst?
a
Oh,
legal
go ahead.
perspective, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I have no, that's really a policy question as opposed to a legal question. The ordinance doesn't specify which subcommittee that it would be referred to, but the ones that you mentioned seem reasonable and rational. Another option is committee of the whole, as the motion was made. It's up to you as a body.
Trustee Bockhorst?
The reason I suggested committee as a whole is twofold. So last year when we discussed, and I understand we have a different board now, but last year when we discussed the, what was it called? Trustee Amenta, Code of Conduct and other items as such, we discussed that, you know, if anything dealt with any of us as board members, it would be very difficult to bifurcate and to, you know, it's difficult for us to govern each other. So we may as well all be in the same room. So that's my justification, is that, you know, these are charges that are made against two of our members here. So I don't really know how having this in a subcommittee would benefit the whole. But I'm open to, if you guys want to make amendments, or, you know, if there's a different opinion on that. But, and this is new for us, even though this was threatened last year, it was never carried out. And now we have it. So, I mean, I guess I could defer to Trustee Amenta, considering it was for last year that was kind of pushing for a similar situation. But in absence of that, I think that this is the most logical response.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
But I'm really open to if other people have, you know, better ideas on this.
And it's just to decide, and the committee, it's referred to committee to decide whether or not it meets the standards to refer to circuit court.
Oh, then it makes sense for all of us. Then by all means, this should go to committee of the whole, because this is a pretty big decision from our board. And I can't see putting this in a subcommittee of 2 or 3 people. That's why, yeah, I mean, we were all elected to make tough decisions. So I think this is one of them.
Okay.
Trustee Menta has her hand raised.
Oh, Trustee Menta.
I mean, my understanding is that whatever committee this goes to, it then makes a recommendation to the full board, correct?
Nathan?
Oh. Sorry, I'm just trying to unmute.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
You should be
Okay, I think
unmuted.
I'm unmuted now. That's basically correct. This is the structural details about how this process plays out are laid out in the accompanying memo, which will be the next steps down the line. So the first step is for the board to collectively decide where it's going to farm this out to one subcommittee or multiple subcommittees, to, you know, because there's 4 separate affidavits, or if essentially, for all intents and purposes, if the board is going to address it in a committee as a whole, well, you know, that's an option, that's a policy decision that it can make.
Right, but my point is that whatever committee it's given to, that committee, it's the ultimate decision on it is not made by the committee, it's referred back to the full board. So
that's basically correct. So really you're sort of cutting out the middleman and basically saying that the board will address this by giving it to the committee of the whole. It's saying that the whole board will be involved in the process in a subcommittee meeting. And then I would say that it should be placed on the regular a board agenda as well thereafter to let everyone know what the result of that discussion is in the interests of open government and full transparency.
Anything else, Trustee Menta?
No, I just want to point out that it's going to end. Okay. It's going to come back to the full board. So
okay. All right. Anybody else have any questions or concerns or statements? If not, go ahead and call the roll.
We do have a citizen comment.
Oh, sorry about that. Mm-hmm.
So Sarah McEnany, I will unmute you. All right.
Can you hear me?
Your name and address. Yep.
Yes, Sarah McEnany, 2616 East Jarvis Street. So reading the affidavit and the recommendations by the village lawyer, initially it would go to possibly, but now there's the motion to go to the committee of the whole. Who serves on the JPL committee? When I went in, I saw, and I haven't seen it meeting recently, but Jessica Carpenter is the chairperson. And then I saw David, Allison, and Arthur. And so can the subjects of affidavits on a committee make decisions about themselves?
It's Attorney Bear, is it first, I'm not on any committees except committee of the whole as the president. And second, I believe it's not a decision about yourself, it's whether the charge meets the standards of the law. Is that correct?
Well, I think if I interpret the question correctly, could there potentially be conflicts of interest involved in any recommendations or consideration of votes relating thereto? And certainly there may very well be, but I don't think we're at that point yet. The standards are laid out in the attached memo, and basically the question is, does it meet the threshold of conduct that would lead to removal for cause as defined by the state statute? That's essentially the question, is assuming that the facts are true, do they raise to that level? And it's not a factual investigation, who said what to whom. It's almost like a probable cause hearing. And then, the board can let the citizen complainant know what their rights are under the statute in terms of having someone from the chief judge's office in Milwaukee County assign a judge if there needed to be a hearing or not, depending on what the findings are. To give an extreme example of why they do this as a preliminary step is if someone came in and said, I would like trustee so-and-so to be removed because they didn't use their blinker when I saw them turn the corner at Oakland and Capitol last week. Well, obviously that has to, there's a citizen complaint, it's referred to committee, and the committee reports back that conduct doesn't rise to the level for removal for cause under the state statute, and then it dies there, and then the citizen complaint can do whatever they want with it. On the other extreme, if it's a serious matter relating to misconduct in office, the matter can be, the board itself can make a determination to refer to the chief judge in Milwaukee County for an assignment of a judge pursuant to state statute, or it can make a determination that the alleged conduct, even if true, doesn't rise to cause for removal, and then can make a decision not to do anything else with it. So that's what this preliminary step is.
Or it can refer it to the complainant, to the complaintee.
Well, the complainant can take it up, and under the statute, the complainant doesn't necessarily have to wait for the village. They can do whatever they want with it. But the reason that we're doing this is because we have an ordinance under Chapter 155 of the Village Code that says it must be referred to committee without debate. And that's a requirement. So that's why we're referring it to a committee who can analyze it under that preliminary step.
I have a question. We had similar complaints before, and when I was talking, they weren't revolving around me, but we don't have a committee, and so therefore we never referred them or asked, or recommended an affidavit be filled out. I think Ms. McEnany's question is pertinent because we don't have a committee. What happens at committee of the whole? Do we recuse ourselves so there's 5 trustees? How does that work? Or I guess 6, if they're not pertaining.
Well, I think the first step is to refer it to committee, and then we can cross that bridge when we come to it. The only thing we're doing tonight is now that we have a charge against an officer under 155-23 of the code, it says that it should be referred to committee for investigation without debate. So that's the step we're at, and we can cross those structural hurdles and those more technical details when we prepare the agenda for the whatever committee is assigned these charges against these officers.
Am I allowed to speak or am I muted?
You can speak.
Okay, so my question, Mr. Bear, is if those are technicalities, if it goes to a committee of 4 people, of which David is on one of them, Trustee Amenta, and one of the affidavits
They're all 3
regarding her. Pardon?
All the committees consist of 3 trustees.
I know, but the committee of whole does not. So I would think that the conflict of interest and or those issues would be less pressing if it would go to the committee of the whole, which has more members. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Sarah?
I don't see anybody's hand up.
Okay. Trustee Menta. Can you unmute Trustee Menta? There you go.
Oh, okay. I just want to note the first affidavit refers to the entire board. So, I mean, I guess Nathan is correct. We'll get to it when we get to it. But I mean, if we're even at the committee of the whole, I mean, we can't all recuse ourselves and still make a decision. So I'm not sure how we would handle that one either.
Thank you. Okay. Well, we have a motion and a second. Do you want...
Trustee Carpenter has her hand up.
Trustee Carpenter.
I'm going to vote no because I would like to see this go to a smaller committee. And I have some concerns of how we're going to get to a place where how we're going to make a recommendation to ourselves. Yeah, that's my thought process.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, Sarah, take the roll.
Trustee Backhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
No.
Trustee Amenta. She's saying no. Trustee Stokebrand. She's saying no. Trustee Ursink. Yes. President Rosick.
No.
Motion fails 4-2.
Motion fails 4-2. Okay, what do we do now?
We make a new motion.
Can we do that? Or is that reconsidering? What is that?
No.
Trustee Menta?
You could make another motion to refer it to a different committee.
I'll move to refer the charges to the JP&L committee.
Second. Any further discussion? Any hands? Okay.
Oh, Trustee Ursink.
Trustee Ursink, go ahead.
Can you just remind everybody who's on JPNL?
From Trustee Carpenter, Trustee Amenta, and yourself, I believe, or is it Arthur? Okay.
Great, thank you.
All right, so anybody else? If not,
Trustee Bockhorst has her.
Go ahead, Trustee Bockhorst.
Okay. So the problematic approach, and again, like we can take the recommendation that comes out of the committee or not as a full board, but I'll point out the obvious here. You have your longest standing board member right here, not in that committee structure. You also have the one and only attorney who is a trustee, not in that committee structure. And then you also have Kathy Stokerbrandt, who is the public safety chair, not in that committee structure. And none of the three of us are mentioned in these charges, except I guess the one you said that was against the full board. So if you want to make recommendations that are the most unbiased and perhaps based in law and longevity, it doesn't make sense to do it this way. I know you guys already voted down my idea of doing it committee as a whole for whatever reason. I still don't understand. But now we're going to what's basically going to be one of the accused and two other members instead of a majority of the board. So I'll vote no on that.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Maybe I'll vote for it. I don't know.
Do you see any hands, Rebecca?
If it's gonna fail,
No.
I'll vote for it.
There's a citizen comment. So I will call on Melissa Elvin McCorkle. I will unmute you, Melissa. If you could just provide your name and address, Melissa.
Sure. My name is Melissa Elvin McCorkle, and I live at 3921 North Maryland Avenue. And I am the mother of Eric Lucas, who was assaulted on June 6th. And I am requesting I'm asking the board to consider sending this to the committee, to the full committee. There's a lot that I could say about this right now, but I'm very emotional. And so I feel as though there needs to be an unbiased look at the actions surrounding the protest and kind of what happened after that, or the lack of action. So I'm just requesting that there be some consideration around the most impartial and unbiased look at the behavior that is in question. Please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melissa. That is all that the hands are up right now.
Okay, then can you take the roll?
Yep. So this would be to refer this to the JP&L committee. Trustee Stokebrand. Thumbs up. Trustee Carpenter. Thumbs up. Trustee Amenta. Thumbs up. Trustee Bockhorst.
Is that a thumbs up or a thumbs down?
I'm still thinking. If this fails, then what happens?
Goes to another, make another motion.
But it can't be either of the two preceding motions unless it's reconsidered. Attorney Bear has his hand up.
I just want to point out, you can send them, you don't have to send all 4 of them to the same committee. So there are endless possibilities here. You
Gotcha.
can make them, you can make motions until it gets to the place where you want it to be.
Then no.
No. Trustee Ursink? No. President Rosick?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-2.
Okay, thank you. The next agenda item is 9K, consider options for completion of minutes. Sarah?
So for you, I have some options. Obviously, we've had a few additional meetings. They've gone a little lengthy. Well, I really enjoy our time together and reliving it again on the video. It does take magnitude of time in my day, in my week. And so to provide you with the minutes you're used to, I'm not going to be able to provide them in a very timely manner with another election coming up. And as you can see on the news, things have already changed multiple times with this election. So we kind of see that as a trend going forward through November. So I looked, into an option of possibly having a company do the minutes. I've used them before. They will provide you with the type of minutes that you're used to and that you like. They don't need a contract with us, so they would provide assistance if available. We can look at doing just motions and amendments and citizens' comments, very brief. Or I can do a brief summary, but I definitely cannot provide you with the type of minutes that I have in the past. Alone, just that June 10th meeting is probably going to take 30 to 40 hours just with the amount of citizens' comments. So that is a lot of time, which I understand is very important, but I just want to be very realistic with the expectation of how long that takes to provide that.
Sarah?
Mm-hmm.
So how many sets of minutes are we talking about? And are you talking about the 6.5 hour meeting will take 30 hours to type up?
Yes. So you almost have to triple it, especially if you get it to the point of you want, very descriptive of those citizens' comments. There's over 5 hours of citizens' comments. That is a lot of comment to take name and address, even if you do a brief summary. It's a lot more than taking a motion. So that alone will take at least 20 to 30 hours. And that even looking at this business who could do them, that's the time estimate they gave us as well.
And do you know what they charge?
It's in the packet. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
It's $53 an hour, I believe, but let me just double check.
Oh, sorry. President Rosick?
Yeah,
While she's looking for that, could I speak, please?
Sure.
Okay, so given the magnitude of time that it takes our village clerk, given the fact that we have a pandemic and we have elections and we've had issues with elections, not because of what you've done, Sarah. Sorry, that may have come out wrong.
No.
Given the fact that we do have extra meetings, given the fact that the way the minutes, I understand what you said, Sarah, that the way you like them, when you say that, you're only talking about a really small subgroup of the entire population here. Many of us, including myself, have been advocating for returning to the normal way of business in meetings. We have videotaped meetings now. We have Zoom meetings. We do not need word by word meetings. That's meeting minutes. That is not a requirement anywhere. It's not in any state statutes. It's not in our ordinance. It's a movement that's happened at this board level. And I've heard from some of the trustees in the past who've said, well, I want to know when I'm up for re-election how I voted on certain things. That's not the responsibility of our village clerk. That's not where our taxpayer money should be going. And I certainly don't want you to take 3 times the amount of time it takes for us to get halfway through one of these meetings in order to provide those kind of level of details that no one, very few people ever require. So I think it's incumbent upon all of us, if we can't remember how we've voted on certain items, then maybe we should take our own meeting minutes on those. And it's not that hard. We've got an agenda, we can write it down. Also, we have the videotapes and everything else. So I do want to correct the fact what you said, the way you guys like the minute or the way you like it. I don't know if you're speaking to one person or two, but I certainly don't appreciate the amount of time that's been wasted in the taxpayer dollars and just the staff time when we could have been using your services, Sarah, for the elections in so many different areas for so long, and instead are to sit here and type it. And also the fact that this evening, I'm just going to say it, we have 3 people running a meeting, maybe 4. We have both Sarah and the village manager and the village president working the technology. And so I don't know how that leaves Sarah the ability to type in the minutes, which is normally how these things happen. So yeah, that's what I have to say on that matter.
I would like to correct the record. I believe it was Trustee Amenta who said minutes so that the population, so the public knows how we voted.
No, it was you. It was you, actually, President Rozek. It was you who said it so that you knew how you voted on certain things.
No, I never
said
said
I
it
will
that way.
correct the record.
It's transparency so that the public knows how you vote, so they know if they want to vote for you or not. Trustee Amenta.
I mean, even brief minutes are going to show the vote. They're going to show the motion and they're going to show the vote. So I don't think there was ever discussion about not remembering how we vote, because even the most basic minutes are going to reflect the votes. I think if you look at Plan Commission minutes, they're even more detailed than our minutes. I'm not sure how long it takes Crystal to do those minutes. Yeah. But, and I just want to say also, there's, on your phone right now, you can record something and it'll automatically make a transcript. So I think there's technology now, especially for public comments, that will just automatically transcribe that. So it's not like Sarah has to listen and type it in. There's technology to just do that. And you know, yeah, I mean, to summarize, I guess there's some judgment that needs to go in terms of summarizing a discussion for the minutes. I'm not averse to having shorter summaries of discussion, but I think the point that President Rozek and I have made is that the agenda has the staff recommendation and it has sort of the default of, but if somebody objects to that and has a different idea or a different concept, then that, unless there's some description of why a trustee had a different idea or a different perspective or voted no on something, then there's no record. There's just that you voted no. There's no record of why you voted no or what your thought process was. So I think that those were the areas that we were asking for there to be a little more detail in the minutes about.
Correct. Anybody else?
Yeah, so I will say that at Plan Commission, and I know that they do not meet as frequently as we do, and I know that their meetings are not as long as we do, but their minutes are very detailed. And I'm not sure how Crystal does those minutes, but you know, I don't know if she uses some.
Yes, no, it's the same. It's the same amount of time. So it takes her a full day to do 2.5-hour Plan Commission. So you have to figure 8 hours.
Okay.
Yep.
But the other thing I would say about the minutes is there are people who pre-pandemic who don't live in Shorewood who still follow what is happening in Shorewood, and the way that they follow it is through the minutes, and don't want to sit through a 5-hour meeting. And so I think we have to figure out, and there are a few people that have recently reached out to me saying that they've been following Shorewood's following village board meetings through our minutes. And so I do think that there is importance in making sure that we are clarifying how things are how and why they're voted upon. You know, if we need to subsidize from time to time, I think that that's something that we may need to, maybe we need to do that. You know, I also would be interested to understand from, you know, just some, I haven't done any research, but, you know, are there any other options out there as far as translation or transcription services online? You know, especially since we do have it on video, is there a way to use some, like on Amazon Web Service, taking a video and transcribing it into text? You know, I don't know if that's another option that we just haven't looked into, or where we stand with that. But I do think that this is something that's important. And yes, there is video, but I do still really think that the minutes are really important.
President Rosick, we have 4 hands raised. Trustee Stokebrand, Director Grebentrog, Trustee Bockhorst, and Trustee Ursink.
Okay, in that order, but I do want to say that the Wilson Drive meeting went for a really long time, and we farmed that out for the citizen comments to be typed up by a resident. Paid very minimal, but it's just an example of, we have done that before. Go ahead, what was the first person that?
Trustee Stokebrand.
There you go.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So where are we in terms of being behind? Is it the 6-hour citizen comment from June 10th from the special meeting? Could we just farm that out? That would be less than $350, right? 6 hours? Or did you say?
So it would take her about 20 to 25 to do that one. So we have June 10th, June 15th, now tonight, and then if we have a meeting Wednesday. So that's where the keep up it gets tough, you know.
Right. So if we farmed out at least the June 10th meeting, that would cut the burden in half at least. That's just an idea. The other ideas, of course, are to try to get the meetings done more quickly, which brings me to, you know, now we have the times on the agendas. I think it's helpful for me to see them. It doesn't hurt, certainly. I wonder about the citizen comment. Tonight, we had several people say the same thing twice. And I just wonder, to help our staff out, could we ask, you know, people are, if you have something to say that's different than what you've already said, would that be in the best interest of keeping things moving along?
So let me kind of backtrack. Part of why this is coming before you tonight is A, we are getting behind in our office. B, this was supposed to be a broader discussion at some point to kind of see what people wanted in the minutes. But obviously the meetings have been longer. We've had more frequent meetings than intended. I've tried a little bit of, you know, just giving a blurb of what citizens, I've gotten some pushback on that. So I'll be honest, it's tougher to give less and have to come back and have to go back and redo some of those minutes than it is to sit through again and spend the hours and hours and hours on it. So that's where I don't know if we are at the point that we can actually have, you know, an agreement of what people want to see in the minutes, more of an understanding of, we aren't going to stop with election stuff until well after November now. There is really only about a 2.5 week turnaround, even when August is over, to September. So the magnitude of work that's occurring in our office and the size, you know, the time it takes for the minutes, it's just huge. So that's where I understand Trustee Stokebrand. I don't know if we're at that point for that discussion topic now, as we are to how can we maintain and go back and get done what we need to get done.
Trustee Stokebrand, does that conclude your questions? Okay. Director Grebentrog?
Yeah, I was just going to weigh in briefly because Crystal's minutes were mentioned. Those are highly, highly detailed, almost transcription. Those take her considerable time. 3 times the meeting time, I think, is on a conservative estimate, particularly because she fits them into her day between phone calls or permits or things like that. So the stopping, starting, I know there's times where it takes her 2 or 3 weeks to finish that level of detail, finding the time in her day to get to it. Now, mind you, she can find the time in her day to get to it. She's not doing, elections or other meetings, and she has that once a month. So just in terms of expectations of that level of detail, I just want to weigh in, and I appreciate the effort Crystal puts into it, but it is a considerable amount of effort that the Plan Commission gets on those minutes. So just to be clear, she spends a lot of time to give that level of detail. She's been doing that for almost 10 years now, so she's used to it, but I think that's a different kind of situation. So just brief perspective from my standpoint.
Thank you, Bart. Trustee Bockhorst.
So yeah, again, back to the minutes being for the public good, the greater good here we represent as fiduciaries is to ensure that we are not wasting staff time and that tax dollars. So it sounds to me that if it takes 3 times as long as a meeting for one of our staff members to transcribe almost verbatim, because the level of insistence that we have had on this board, not only when we're about the minutes, but even when we've gone over the minutes during meetings, which sometimes can take us hours, okay? So we're fighting over things that our staff is right now asking us, telling us they don't have the time to keep the high level of minutes that some of us require. I don't think the public necessarily has the time, and I hear what Kathy or what that Trustee Stokebrand says. Sure, would love to have our meetings shorter. One of the ways to do that would be to not have to go line by line through minutes during our meetings as well. And also, let's face it, many of us on this board have advocated for tax cuts, but now we're talking about farming out $55 an hour so that we can have uber detailed minutes that are not required by law, that are not required by anything other than a practice that this board has. So I would, and also, by the way, Trustee Warren is not here right now, and he also feels passionately about this. And, as an attorney with billable hours, I think he has a lot to say about, using a lot of time and resources for something that, and I also hear that, yes, others outside of this community, that's great that they are keeping tabs on Shorewood. But again, it's incumbent upon us as elected officials to respect our staff time and make sure that they're not burned out, to make sure that our clerk can conduct our elections the way that they need to be. And we all saw this last one, and it wasn't, again, your fault, Sarah, but there is a lot that's being asked, and we don't know how long this pandemic is going to go. So I would say we do one of 2 things tonight. A, we either defer this discussion until next meeting when Trustee Warren can be here, or we do something and say, you know what, for the rest of 2020, which has been a incredibly, difficult and different year for everyone, that we say, let's go back to recording what the Robert's Rules of Order bare minimum minutes requirement is, which is the agenda item and the vote and who voted what. And that, to me, I think that I'm hearing that staff doesn't have the time to do this. And unless those of you that want to spend extra money, figure out how we're going to do that when we farm this out, because I'm not willing to spend more money. So yeah, I would recommend.
Make a motion.
I'll move that for 2020. Oh, actually, I don't know. Trustee Ursing wants to say something, and I didn't mean to cut him off. He was next.
Oh, it's okay. I'll call on.
No. I would like to allow Trustee Ursing to speak. I would like to see the rest of my time.
You don't want to make a motion at this time.
I want to see the rest of my time to Trustee Ursing.
Are you done? You're not making a motion.
Are you letting the next person in line, who you said before, Trustee Ursing, speak next?
Are you completed with your comments?
I'm asking you a question. Will you allow him to speak next? Because if it's to you, then I'll make a motion.
It will be to whoever I deem necessary. So do what you want.
Okay, let's see your leadership here. I will cede my time.
Rebecca, who's next?
We have Trustee Ursink, and following Trustee Ursink, we have Attorney Bayer.
And then I'd like to speak. Thank you. Trustee Ursink.
Thank you. So I think, we put a lot of effort into these videos, and I think the village is considering even maybe a more robust sort of video plan for the future. So, in the video world, I mean, there's something called time code. This would be super easy. These videos live on YouTube. I think what we need to do is go through and just time code certain conversations or certain motions or certain points in each of these meetings that can then be easily referred back to the video. I mean, I feel like, we're going above and beyond with the level of detail in the minutes, and we also have these videos. Why not rely on the video and just give the time codes for specific topics, so people can just go back to easily pinpoint those times within the videos? It makes a lot of sense, and it's much cheaper. I feel like this is just, an incredible waste of our staff's time if it's taking 3 times the amount of these meetings to actually do these minutes. I know it sounds like some people, Jessica, you have people that read it. I don't know, I don't think they're as relevant as the amount of time and effort that Sarah has to put into these. So, and I'd ask Sarah what she recommends as far as those options 1, 2, or 3. I mean, is option 2 still a lot of work by doing a brief description, or, can you tell me the level of actually hours or time you would put into just do the option 2 brief description?
Option 2 brief description, would add a little bit of time to it, not to the extent of,
But the citizens complained.
The citizens comment. So the June 10th one, irregardless, is going to take there's 5 hours of citizens comment. So even so, to put everybody's name and address, it is going to take some time. And so a brief description, to go back and listen, at least the meeting time.
Okay, can we consider in the future creating more of a time code based some time code based document that people can just kind of refer to times in the YouTube video to go and watch themselves?
We do record that in the minutes, so as I take minutes, I time when each agenda item starts.
Yep.
Which obviously you have to figure out where you're at in the YouTube video, but it is timed, is recorded into the minutes as well.
Okay. So maybe if there's a document that I could kind of visually look at and say like, video 1 of this meeting is at 20 minutes. We talk about minutes. I think that would easily help me then just kind of go and search for what I'm looking for, because right now I don't. It's when you go to YouTube, you just see all the videos. There's no real description. But if we could somehow put in descriptions, or we can be a little more descriptive within those videos, that may really help. And cut down time that you'd have to put into the minutes. So, but can I make a motion here? Is that are we able to make a motion?
I'd like Attorney Bear to be able to speak. You can make a motion anytime you want, but I'll still let Attorney Bear speak and myself speak. So go ahead.
Okay, so I'd like to move for the village board minutes for the remainder of 2020 to include a brief summary, motions, and citizen comments.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are you completed with your comments, Trustee Ursink?
I am.
Okay. Attorney Bear?
I think in light of the discussion and the pending motion, I'll withdraw, and I'll let the motion play out here, and I'll follow up with a memorandum concerning the legal requirements related to the minutes there too.
We already have a memorandum that you wrote on this. Talks about subcommittees, what needs to be recorded about the committees, coming out of committee, the vote, and then it talks about Robert's rules. So I wouldn't waste your time if we've already circulated that memo. Just pull it back up. I can resend it to you. You wrote it, so. So I'd like to just say, I don't know, maybe it's because some of the trustees are new, but I don't remember ever having a conversation about needing lengthy meeting minutes. My only request for the last 5 years has been very simple, and that is and I've said it to our current clerk, I said it to our past clerk, I've explained it many times to the village board members that were there at the time, is literally, it can be a brief summary, but if someone votes no, Trustee Menta is completely correct. I have requested that part of the discussion be recorded. If there's a reason given. If there's no reason given, you record the vote. But if someone takes the time, it's called the dissenting opinion. The Supreme Court always records the dissenting opinion. And the reason is things change over time and people look back on that and want to see both sides of the discussion. Doesn't mean one's right, one's wrong. The majority wins. And then the majority vote, you move to the next item. But the discussion in a democracy matters. And many, many times Supreme Court judges and policymakers look back on the discussion because it'll come up again 10 years down the road, 5 years down the road. And you want to know what were the key points. And they sometimes change their mind. And that is straight from the Supreme Court. So I feel very, very strongly that if there is a discussion and the memo is recommending a motion, and there's a discussion that gives counterpoints, even if the vote is lost by the dissenting view, there should be some record, just one sentence, because there's got to be a record of that. There's a memo, but it's not the discussion. And so I feel really strongly about that. It doesn't have to be lengthy. It doesn't have to be more than a sentence. When I took office, it was the top 10 things of rules of a meeting procedure for a meeting, and it was number 10. So I don't ever remember asking for lengthy minutes for the new trustees that are sitting on the board and hearing this discussion for the first time or second time. I think that I'm not asking for the minutes to be like Plan Commission. That's a quasi-jurisdictional body where you need better minutes because it's different. Our minutes, I don't believe, are that detailed. And I think that Sarah just stated, if she doesn't record the citizen comments, they complain, that they want to see more, and it takes her twice as much time to go back and do them again. So it's not just, it's not the trustees necessarily. I just want to clarify that I think it's been misrepresented, that I've never heard myself nor Trustee Amenta say we want lengthy minutes. The one request is that if there is a dissenting opinion in the discussion, that it's recorded. And that would be for any dissenting opinion, whether it's mine or someone else's. So thank you for letting me clarify that. We do have a motion on the table. Is there anybody else that would like to speak at this time?
President Rosick, we have Trustee Stokebrand and Trustee Backhorst, and I have one brief comment.
Okay, Rebecca, then Trustee Stokebrand, then Trustee Backhorst.
Thank you all for sharing your thoughts on this. I'd humbly request that you do farm out the month of June. The 2 meetings that did occur, I think we can all agree were extremely lengthy and challenging to record. And I am not asking that from a position standpoint of how minutes proceed in the future. But I think it is a reasonable request given the other items that are currently on the agenda. Thank you.
And just to piggyback on that, think about special meetings too before we keep continuing to call them. I mean, that's putting stress on our staff as well. I mean, it's just more meetings and more minutes and more time. So if we're considering staff and our resources, if a special meeting can be held off to the next regular meeting, it would be appreciated, I'm sure. Who's next? Kathy Trustee Stokebrand.
Yeah, so the June 10 meeting, I don't think we took maybe 2 actions at the very end at 1 in the morning. So that is basically 5 to 6 hours of citizen comment, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
so that has not been started, is that correct? And you're already getting feedback that people want to know that they're being represented in the minutes of that? Is that correct?
So I haven't gotten feedback about those. The previous citizens' comments, I should say, you know, have been more of a general what the comment is about, and some of those have come back to be more to ask to be more descriptive.
Okay. Well then, after we're finished with this motion, I'm prepared to make a motion about regarding those June minutes, regarding what Rebecca just said. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Bockhorst.
Okay, thank you. So we're talking about two different things here. Number one, we're talking about what's important to the residents. And if the argument is that we need detailed minutes because the residents don't feel that they were accurately represented, that's one thing, and that's our duty. The second thing is about elevating our status to that of, I'm sorry, but a Supreme Court justice. By no means is this village board anything close to the highest level of law. Yes, in the legal world, there are requirements. Those are completely independent from what we are being asked to do here. None of us are judges. We are elected volunteers to represent this municipality. And our first and foremost thing is to, yes, we have to represent the electorate. We ask for transparency. We have many modes of transparency, and minutes are one of those. We also have video recordings. We have a variety of means. So I am by no means saying that we should not accurately represent what our residents have come to the board to express. Yes, that is probably the most important thing that we as elected representatives should be able to go back and see. But then on the flip side, for those who want to know how we voted, by all means, yes. But then we get down the slippery slope of interpretation of why someone voted X, Y, or Z. 5 years from now, how one of us voted on something, given a soundbite that we're able to give, that's not, again, a legal argument, but it's based on a bunch of politicians. I don't think that's exactly the same thing as precedent in law. So, and it's also subjective. So again, we're asking our clerk and our staff, who in the past said it's very difficult dealing with this board in interpreting what is right, because we've seen countless times, we've gone over minutes at meetings, we spent hours arguing about who said what and what it meant and what the interpretation is. So if we want to go down to, let's be black and white here for a second, I know that's almost impossible, but we can say this was the vote. This is how people voted. Now, if we want to get in our sound bites, we all have a method of that. We can do it online. We can have people go to the meeting minutes. But again, it's not about us right now. And our staff is asking for us to boil it down, and let's do it. And I am the longest standing board member. I've been on since 2013. When I first got on the village board, our meeting minutes were very succinct, okay? Over the years, they've become a monster. So let's get back to reality, you guys, and do things that make sense for our village, make sense for our staff, and let's preserve our electoral process. Because again, if we've got to mess with our clerk's time during this next election over the fact that we need to be cited in the minutes certain ways, then we really should reevaluate while we're doing this.
Okay, anybody else have comments? If not, let me know if the hand's raised. Clerk, will you read back the motion?
Yep, I don't think there's any citizens. There was, but they're gone.
Okay.
It is to, for the village board minutes for the remainder of 2020 to include a brief summary, motions, and citizens' comments.
Okay, do you want to take the roll call?
Yep, hold on. Michelle Waite has her hand raised. Michelle, I'm going to unmute you.
And Trustee Amenta.
And if you could just give your name and address. Go ahead, Michelle.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, my name is Michelle Waite. My address is 4335 North Wildwood. And I just want to second and third and fourth and fifth what Tammy Bockhorst just said. in terms of the importance of not of providing citizens' views in the most visible and clear way, but not wasting staff's time to transcribe minutes for what value I don't understand. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Trustee Amenta has a comment.
I wanted to ask Sarah to read the motion again because I didn't hear it. I've forgotten what the motion is.
Sure. It's for the village board minutes for the remainder of 2020 to include a brief summary, motions, and citizens' comments.
Okay, so without any further discussion, go ahead and take the roll.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter. Yes.
She said yes.
Trustee Amenta.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand. Thumbs up. Trustee Ursink. Thumbs up. President Rosick.
No.
Motion passes 5-1.
All right. Trustee Stokebrand, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that the village board outsource the June 10 and June 15 meeting minutes, the special meeting and the regular meeting, to Accurate Business Communications to provide full detail minutes at $53 an hour.
Do we have a second?
Trustee Carpenter is seconding.
Okay, so we have a motion by Trustee Stokebrand, a second by Trustee Carpenter. Any further discussion?
I do.
Trustee Bachhorst?
And I'm not opposed to this because staff has asked for this, but I do know that we like to have a fiscal note tied to these types of things. So would love to know what that would be. And I don't by any means want anyone to think this means that I don't want to have the public's comments, which I really appreciate. There are three of us, Trustee Carpenter, Ursink, and I, who called for that special meeting on June 10th. We knew that this was going to be, that would be a long meeting, and I appreciate it. But going forward, I think it's important for us to figure out what the fiscal note is on this, so that going forward, when we see that we have these 6-7 hour meetings, what it does cost if we do have to outsource and bring in more staff to work on this. So I would like to know what the fiscal note would be.
Yep, if you do 30 hours that it would take per meeting, it'd be about $1,500 a meeting.
$1,500 per meeting?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Where is this money coming from also?
Just the general reserve.
Correct. This has not been budgeted for.
Okay, any further discussion?
So wait, so it's $1,500 just to do the 2 meetings in the motion, is that correct?
Per meeting.
Per meeting.
So we're talking about $3,000 in expense?
Correct. That's estimating at 30 hours. So if they can do it less, it'll be less. I'm giving you a high.
That they would change the policy.
Right, is that with the new policy?
No, but going forward, good thing we're changing this so we don't cost taxpayers this kind of cash.
Yeah, the citizens' comments on June 10th are not, that's not going to be a quick, brief. That's time consuming no matter who does it.
Okay. Anybody else? If not, go ahead and call the roll.
Trustee Stokebrand. Thumbs up. Trustee Carpenter. Thumbs up. Trustee Amenta.
No.
Trustee Bachhorst.
We're talking about the citizens' comments? Yes.
We're talking about farming out the 2 minutes, sets of minutes for June.
Right, but are we talking about the length that's going to be is because of the residents' comments, not because of the board comments?
Correct.
Yes, then yes. Yeah.
What was the first meeting? There's 2 meetings? I'm sorry, I missed it. There was the special meeting?
Special meeting on June 10th, and right after that was the regular village board meeting on June 15th, which started at 5 p.m.
And are there, those have resident comments too? I can't remember.
Yes.
Okay.
Trustee Ursink. Thumbs up. President Rosick.
No.
Motion passes 4-2.
Trustee Stokebrand has her hand raised.
Trustee Stokebrand.
I just wanted to clarify, the June 1 meeting is already done, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So it's the 2 meetings, the special meeting on the 10th and the regular meeting on the 15th. That was my motion, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will go ahead and move on to reports of village officials. Village president, I don't have anything to report. Trustees? Anybody have a trustee report? If you don't see a trustee
Ursink.
Just wanted to update everybody that the farmers market has, we've gone through 2 markets, and Esterbrook has been a really great location. Working with the parks and Sheldon Wasserman have been fantastic, and people seem to be having, really enjoying the new location. I'd say 95% of our, 90% of our guests are wearing masks, and 100% of our vendors are wearing masks. So, things have been going really well, and the first week was bonkers crazy. It was just the busiest I've ever seen the market. And this past week was a little less busy, but the vendors still said that they're breaking sales records every week. So
wow.
I think we're getting a lot of people from outside of Shorewood that are starting to come to the market now because of the location. So just wanted to give you guys an update on that one.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other trustee report? Okay, if there is none, we'll go to village manager.
No report.
No report, okay. Items for future consideration. A, trustee Menta, consideration donation to farmers market. Trustee Menta?
Yeah, I saw that the farmers market was looking to raise money, that they needed some money to adjust to the new location. But truthfully, given that we just spent $3,000 in unbudgeted funds, I'm not sure that I would propose this at this point. So I want to remove, I don't think we should go forward with it.
Okay. So we'll move on to B, consider calling racism a public health crisis. Trustee Ursink.
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, this idea came about after reading what Cudahy recently did when they convened to call racism a public health crisis. Beyond that article, doing the research, you've got communities like Madison, Appleton, Cudahy have all kind of joined together to do this. And when you're reading a lot of the stipulations on what that means, it's a lot of what our village is already starting to do. So I felt like this would be a good idea for our village board to investigate and to look at if we'd like to join this group as well, and make kind of that proclamation that we believe that racism is a public health crisis. There is a really great site here through the UW system. It's a Population Health Institute, and they have a very in-depth sort of in-depth page here of the different stipulations and the declaration. So I can forward that along to everybody, but I would love to consider this at a future meeting.
Would you like to make, I'll have the trustees, if they have any questions, but do you want to make a motion to put it on a future agenda and assign it to a committee?
Yeah, I mean, what committee would, Human Relations Committee? Is that?
No, a board committee.
A board committee. Public safety, what would you recommend?
Community Business Relations.
That would be me.
I'd say strategic initiatives.
Either or.
Let's say strategic initiatives. How about that? We'll give you one there. Trustee
Ooh,
Bachhorst.
wow, I'll second that. And I would say that Alderman Morales and I have already been in discussion around this, so I'm good to go.
Fantastic.
Thank
Okay, so I'd like to, within the motion, I'll put the committee that I'd like to refer that to, and then we'll revisit that at the full board. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'd like to.
Yep.
Oh, you just made it, didn't you? And I seconded it.
We got it.
Okay. There you go.
Is there any other questions or discussion? I can't see it. Any hands, Rebecca?
No.
Okay. All right, then roll call.
Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter. Thumbs up. Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand. Thumbs up. President Rosick.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, next item, consider RFPs requiring green infrastructure quotes.
Yeah, so this is another item that I brought up for future consideration. So, based on our last village board meeting when we did the review, the comprehensive review of DPW, there was really no consideration of green infrastructure. And it really got me thinking that, Shorewood has the opportunity to be kind of a role model or a leader in the world of sustainability and green infrastructure. And I think, doing my research on what the village has done kind of in the past, where you've got sustainable Shorewood and then you've got an action plan, I feel like, we've kind of gone away from that. And I'd really like to make the commitment to really doing what we can as a village to investigate green infrastructure, or green options when we're considering RFPs for different procedures or different work that we're doing in the village. So if we're going out for an RFP and we get 3 RFPs, it'd be nice to have one that is focused on green infrastructure solely, or including green options within those RFPs.
This would probably go to budget because it's part of purchasing policy. Just as reference, that's where we talk about purchasing goods.
Sure.
And professional services. Rebecca, if tonight's, will they go on the list for us to rank for future agenda items? Is it
yes.
The ones that we're approving tonight? Okay. All right. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Nope. Then did you make a motion?
So would you like me to add it go to budget in the motion?
Probably.
Okay, so I move to bring up green infrastructure RFPs through DPW. I guess it would be more than DPW. I think if there's so I don't want to make it so specific where it's just DPW, but in village work, in village-wide work that we go out for RFP, that we look into green infrastructure. So let me, if you've got a suggestion for a good motion for that one, I would take it.
I move to put this on items to refer this to, what you said budget. I mean, I don't know why this wouldn't go to DPW, but fine. Just, I guess I'm not helping here.
Yeah, your motion to consider green infrastructure in current purchasing procedures at Budget and Finance Committee.
It's that's how you phrased it originally, Trustee Ursing, in current purchasing procedures. I would think it would be more in policy and just consider green infrastructure in decision-making processes that pertain to the village, not necessarily pertaining solely to purchasing power, because there's so much more that's done beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that.
Okay. That's why I would say this would be like deep. I mean, it doesn't really fall under any necessary committee because we don't have an environmental or parks committee, but yeah, I don't think it's exclusive. It's not a mutually exclusive thing to purchasing.
Okay. Yeah, he just
And we
said the
don't-
word RFP.
We don't have a sustainability committee anymore, do we?
No.
Okay.
I mean, we have a,
Conservation.
I know, but not a village board committee.
Got it. Okay, so I guess we could go with the DPW. I think that's a good idea. You know, so let's see. I would move that DPW review green infrastructure practices through going out for RFP.
How about RFP and policy?
RFP and policy. Yeah, that's good.
Second.
Can I comment? I think that DPW already does a pretty good job of looking at green infrastructure and those issues. We have, I think, we're building a green alley, I believe this summer. Maybe I'm confused. I know we're doing a green alley, if not 2 green alleys in the alleys that we approved. We did the same on one of the crosswalks that we built, I believe at Kensington and Frederick. So I think we have the Conservation Committee who has a whole list of things by 2025 that they're asking us to do. So I think Conservation has looked at this, and I think DPW has already looked at this and is pretty good about thinking about these things. So I feel like it's something that's already happening. So I'm going to vote no.
And I have to say they do a good job, and I think this just kind of puts a little bit more of an emphasis on it. So.
Yeah. Is President Rosick still here? And I would say this also codifies. I agree. You can't do too much green movement in Shorewood. It's a very progressive community that looks at sustainable infrastructure and beyond. So I would think that this enhances everything by us, asking for even a bigger push, or if it's already being done, great, because then we can all be educated on this fact. So I see no downside to putting this on the DPW or whatever the Public Works agenda.
Thank you, Trustee Bockhorst. President Rosick had to leave the call, and Trustee Stokebrand, can you please assist us in concluding the meeting? So, Sarah, I believe that there was a motion and a second.
Correct. So we would just take a roll call vote on that if everyone's ready to vote. Okay. Trustee Amenta.
No.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter. Thumbs up. Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand. Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, and then the next item is 11D, and I believe that's already been taken care of with the upcoming special meeting on Wednesday. Do we need to set a time now, or will that, how should we, staff, do you have a recommendation?
Sarah, do you have a recommendation?
I'm fine with 7. If everyone's okay with that.
David?
Sure.
Does that work? Okay.
My concern is that will we have time to put together the information we need to make a vote, to take a vote on this? I hope Ann Christensen is available and Nathan for the legal and the in the enforcement piece. I would, there's a lot of work to be done in 2 days before we can make an educated decision on this. So that's my concern. Rebecca, do you have anything else to add on that?
Well, I don't think that, there are a number of different policy issues that we're going to need to receive responses to in order to draft, unless Attorney Bayer has another suggestion, but.
I don't, other than to say that, Rebecca, with your permission, I will reach out to Ann Christensen tomorrow just to get some of the background foundational things that we'll need for the wherefore clauses to support the action, and then obviously then the policy decisions. And I as we were discussing this, I was looking online because Milwaukee has been discussing this as well, and they have a proposal out there that I was trying to see if we could find the text from some of that to poach some of that work that's already been done, because I've noticed they've already just began discussing items like outdoors versus indoors, and where specifically it's required, and logistical things like what they would do if people didn't have a mask, or they're going to try to make some available, and just aside from the policy decisions. So yeah, there's a lot of work to be done between now and then, but we can get the ball rolling tomorrow on that.
So just for your reference point, the city of Milwaukee does not have proposed legislation at this time. It's been in discussion. They've had comments, but there's nothing drafted at this point in time. Trustee Carpenter?
We all did receive a draft resolution from Ken Cole. I think it was today. And I don't think, Nathan, I don't think you were on that email, but so I just forwarded that to you. But it does have some good language in it that might help us sort of get things going. And I also, I think Trustee Ursink had reached out to Marina to see what we could get from them too. So maybe between those two things, we can kind of, not reinvent the wheel.
Okay, and then Trustee Bockhorst?
And I work at City Hall in Milwaukee in the Alderman's office. So I will be able to, I'll be in that meeting tomorrow as well. So I will definitely have some resources to bring to this board regarding this particular item.
Trustee Amenta.
And Rebecca, did you say we have a meeting on the 13th? Is that the CDA Village Board meeting?
Yes.
What time is that?
6 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Stokbrand.
Thank you. I needed to be unmuted. The other thing is, how do we let people know that this, we've already gotten one comment from one citizen who is opposing a mask requirement. And my concern is that people on other sides of the issue how do we help them become aware of this? Any ideas from staff? No.
Ideally, we would want to allow a public comment period, and we would place it within the manager's memo for release and allow some public comment. That communication timeline is up to the discretion of the board.
So is there any way to put something on the village website that talks about a special meeting Wednesday to discuss a mask requirement for Shorewood, and just the time and the Zoom information?
Yes, we would post the meeting, and we could advertise to people that will be the topic of discussion.
Okay. All right, then, is there anything else? Anyone else have a hand up?
There are no hands up.
Okay, then I guess I'll entertain a motion to adjourn, please.
So moved.
By?
Seconded by Trustee Carpenter.
Seconded by Trustee Bockhorst.
Carpenter. Trustee Carpenter seconded.
Okay. All in favor, show the sign.
Hi.
The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.